A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
There she is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does, that new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line, bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs.
But I'm looking for Mr. Collier.
Oh, I'm Mr. Collier.
Oh, so it's you, is it? Well, see here, young man, I've been hearing what you say about New Does on the radio.
Oh, but listen.
The idea of saying this one soap can do everything in my wash.
Well, Does can.
Well, I know a lot of ladies, myself included, who say that's impossible. Well, how can this one granulated soap do all three kinds of wash?
Well, that's just what New Does is made to do. All three kinds, from grimy work shirts and heavy towels to pretty rayon slips.
What? Well, wouldn't it have to be a new kind of soap?
Well, just you try Does. It is a brand new kind of granulated soap. Not just a new improvement of an old soap. It's Procter & Gamble's new soap discovery.
Oh.
In fact, this New Does looks different than most granulated soaps. It's so much whiter. Why, even the suds are different.
How's that?
Well, if you've been using any of the 4 other leading granulated laundry soaps in your machine, you'll find New Does makes more suds even in hardest water. Big bundles of suds that build up faster and last up to twice as long.
Well, sounds like this New Does really is different.
You bet. Just you try it. Try it for everything in your wash. Why, Does will show you just how really white your towels and linens can be. In fact, you've never seen whiter washes than New Does gives you.
But will I have to scrub hard?
No, ma'am, not with Does. There's no hard scrubbing, not even on the grimiest work shirts. Why, no soap made gets clothes clean easier than New Does. Yet this same Does is far safer for your fussy-colored rayon slips. Safer than any other leading granulated wash day soap. That's why New Does does all three kinds of wash.
Well, I've heard enough. I'm leaving.
What? Where are you going?
I'm going to get New Does. Goodbye.
Oh, swell. Just look for that big red and white box with the name D-U-Z, Does. And next wash day, let Does do everything. And now, the Goldbergs. A tempest of family antagonisms has burst at the Goldberg house, with the main source of fury coming from Mrs. Bertha Jerome. It is her son with whom Rosie Goldberg is in love. And it is her son that Mrs. Jerome wants to protect from the Goldbergs. Mrs. Jerome's theory is that the Goldbergs are trying to make a good match for their daughter, even though Walter is now engaged to someone else. But, of course, the Goldbergs don't want Rosie to have anything to do with Walter. And now, to cap the climax, Mr. Jerome has just arrived and walked in unsuspecting on his unsuspecting wife. It was Jake who engineered this in an attempt to end the invasion all at once. Listen.
Come in, Mr. Jerome.
Come in, Bernard.
I didn't know you were here, Bertha.
Of course not. You wanted an opportunity to discuss what was closest to me behind my back.
Bertha.
Bernard, you know me the way these people don't. I don't give up easily. My son is too dear to me to lose him.
Bertha. I can't stand it. Molly, come inside. Are you crying tears for your son, Mrs. Jerome? Or are those tears for yourself? Molly, come inside.
I'll be right in. Mrs. Jerome.
Mrs. Goldberg.
Please, let me talk, please, Mr. Jerome.
Not to me, please.
Yes, to you. If you're unhappy because you think your son is in love with my daughter, let me assure you that I'm not less unhappy because my daughter thinks she's in love with your son.
And you want me to believe that?
You don't have to believe anything you don't want to believe.
This is all for your benefit.
No, it's for yours, Mrs. Jerome. You think we should consider ourselves fortunate. Why?
Tell her, Bernard.
You don't have to. I know what you consider and what you think are your tremendous advantages over us.
You'd like nothing better
than what? Share your poverty? That's what my daughter would have to do. Your son would share our wealth.
Your wealth?
Yes. Yes, our wealth. Yes. You may have the good fortune to be a good and wonderful businesswoman. But all your house has are things. Just things that anybody's money can buy. Anybody's. Just things. But your house is empty of what people live with. Each other. Every one of you is a stranger to each other. And your house is cold. And your house is empty. Your son isn't your son. And that's what you have. And that's what my daughter would get.
Since when are you an expert in our family life?
Since I saw you and your son and your husband. Excuse me, Mr. Jerome. It's my opinion. I'm not flattered to become related to your family.
You hear her, Bernard?
Molly!
This is the family our Walter wants to become involved with.
I think we should try to understand Mrs. Goldberg's position. Let's be calm and rational.
You can be calm. I can't.
There's nothing to get excited about.
Perhaps there isn't for you. Your lecture on spiritual wealth was very touching, Mrs. Goldberg.
It wasn't a lecture. I'm not a lecturer. I'm merely saying I only wanted you to realize that nothing you have is so desirable to us that we would how shall I say it, that I would bend to scheming to get it. Your worldly goods, Mrs. Jerome, they're not so overwhelming for us. We hope you enjoy them. We have no desire to do so. And once that's clear to you, that something else will be clear at the same moment, perhaps, if you have eyes to see the truth.
My eyes see one truth very clearly, Mrs. Goldberg. You and your husband thought I would stand aside while you prepared your little plan to become related to my family. And now that you see, I know what you're up to. You're changing over to a very spiritual position, which may accomplish the same results as far as you're concerned. You may be able to take Mr. Jerome in with that fine talk, but then he's very easily swayed by fine sentiments. I'm not. And you're not pulling the wool over my eyes, not at all. Will you let me talk, Bernard?
Molly, will you have to ask you again to come in here?
Excuse me, please.
Bertha, will you be calm and let me say what I have to say?
There's nothing for you to say except what I have to say, and that is, we will do everything in our power to keep Walter out of the hands of these people.
I'm afraid.
What are you afraid of?
I'm interested in Walter's happiness.
Precisely.
It's his idea of happiness, not ours.
What do you mean?
The thing to do is view everything calmly, quietly, without anger.
Calmly. Quietly. Who wants to be calm? I want to accomplish what I came here for.
Bertha, if you'll only listen...
What did you come here for?
You asked me to come to Glastonbury.
You know what I mean. Why did you come to the Goldbergs?
I wanted to speak to them about Walter.
I realize that, but what? What? Tell me what?
I wanted to tell them that we didn't see eye to eye.
Eye to eye. You ever see what I always had to see for you? I had to be your eyes, your ears, your brains. It's what I see, what I know. You're a sentimentalist.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You think I'm going to let Walter become what you became?
I became what you made me.
I changed you from a failure into a rich man, a successful man.
Thank you. And now that I know what success is, I don't want it for my son.
I suppose you want him to marry into the Goldbergs.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't want him to marry anyone. I want him to live his own life.
What does he know about life? What do you? I protected both of you for 20 years. I guarded you, made money for you. I gave you everything money could get, care could get. You don't know what's worth it because you you never had to fight it.
And I regret it. Person has to live, Bertha. Person has to try. And fail or succeed, it doesn't matter. He has to live.
Sounds very noble. Let me remind you of one small thing, Bernard. One small detail that escaped your attention. Walter isn't falling in love just with a girl. The Goldbergs are smarter than you think. Mrs. Goldberg talks very fine. I can hear that as well as you. But there's a method.
She always
Listen and hear. I know. Their daughter is a mean, grasping little creature looking to make a good match. And her parents are helping her. You think Walter's going to be happy here with these parasites living off the money he gets from us? Is that the life you want for your son?
I think you're...
Did you see the girl? Did you hear her? She looks like a child. She has the mind of an old woman.
I thought Mr. Goldberg was very nice. He seemed so to me.
Did he? You didn't know I was here. You called, didn't you?
Yes.
Did they tell you I was here? No. They didn't. They asked you to come. They wanted to surprise us into admitting we were at odds with each other. Listen to me, Bernard. I know I've been harsh in many things. Maybe the armor I have, the protection I've had to build to meet life isn't the sweetest in the world. But believe me, I love my family. I would do anything for you and Walter. I don't want Walter falling into the clutches of these people and that monstrous girl.
All right, Bertha. Only be rational. Be calm.
Well?
Mr. Jerome?
Are you Rosie?
Yes. I wanted to say that if there's any trouble, I'm sure it's my fault. I didn't want to start all this. I know it's making my family and both of you very unhappy. My liking someone shouldn't do that. If it does, I'd rather be alone. I'd rather not see Walter ever again.
And that's your monster, Bertha.
It's just another trick.
Poor Rosie is bewildered, confused, alarmed by the excitement and battle of words about her. But Mrs. Jerome isn't, and neither is Molly. These two women, two mothers, have two views on life, and the views don't jibe. Now, before you wash your next batch of dishes, just answer me this. Aren't you tired of those halfway soaps? I mean those tough granulated soaps because they're short on safety for your hands, and those bar soaps because they don't have real speed. Well, forget such halfway soaps because here's good news. Yes, Duz is here to bring you a new idea in dishwashing. Duz is that amazing new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And it has everything for dishes, too, from whirlwind speed to extra gentleness for your hands. Notice how wonderfully soft and smooth your hands feel after doing dishes with Duz. Your hands can't get this extra gentleness from any other leading granulated wash day soap. And yet no soap made gets dishes clean faster than Duz. Why, it cuts even tough grease without hard scouring. Yes, Duz has everything for dishes. Try it today, and let those amazing suds tell you how really different Duz is. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berg. Tomorrow, as if to cap the climax, another visitor comes, the Walter Jerome in question, and Jake takes a whole box of bicarbonate. This is Clayton Collier wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Duz, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
The wave that gives that natural look is T-O-N-I. Tony.
Tony Home Permanent, the wave that gives that natural look, brings you Crime Photographer. Good evening, everyone. This is Bill Cullen greeting you for Tony Home Permanent and inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, Crime Photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, The Wolverine. The Blue Note Cafe, shortly before 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, I was wondering when you two would show up.
Hi, Ethelbert. Hi.
Hello, Ethelbert.
Just coming in from an assignment?
Yeah, not a pretty one either.
Say, what kind of assignment were you on?
Read about it in the noon edition, pal.
I was just looking over the noon edition. Casey, were you covering the murder of them 3 gangsters, Bobo Gussick and his 2 pals?
That's been our job.
The paper said the cops learned their bodies could be found in that beach house through an anonymous phone call.
That's right.
You read my story, all right.
What wasn't in your story, Miss Williams? The real lowdown, huh?
Strictly off the record, Ethelbert.
Yeah?
Joe Schuster's being very severely questioned about the triple murder.
I've heard a rumor that Schuster was gunning for Bobo Gussick. How about clues at the scene of the crime?
No leads were found except, well, it was a funny little thing.
Most peculiar.
What?
Well, a crude drawing was found clutched in Bobo Gussick's hand. An amateurish pen and ink sketch of, well, it looked like a cross between a weasel and a bear.
Oh, there ain't no such animal.
I never heard of such a combination.
Well,
anyway.
if the sketch is a lead, it's a very obscure one.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert speaking.
Well, let's go to a table and get some food under our belts, Annie, shall we?
Come on.
Just a minute. Don't go away, Casey. It's for you.
Who is it?
Your city desk, Mr. Burke.
Oh, wouldn't you? Oh, nuts. Let's see what he wants. Hello, Burke. Well, listen, we were just going to have something to eat. Can't we even... Huh? Huh. Yeah. Well, okay, we'll be right over.
What is it, Casey?
Annie Burke's just received a screwball letter to the editor that might turn into hot copy. The guy who wrote it says that he killed Bobo and his 2 pals, and he promises to knock off another couple of gangsters today.
Have you looked into your mirror lately and wondered what to do about your hair? Well, let me suggest an answer. A lovely Tony Home Permanent. Your hair will be soft and natural looking from the very first day. You'll have just the right amount of curl, and your wave will last for months. You know, a Tony wave is guaranteed to last just as long as the most expensive beauty shop wave, and guaranteed to look more natural or your money back. No wonder each month another 2 million women have beautiful Tony waves. A Tony costs just $1, with plastic curlers $2. Get a Tony kit tomorrow and give yourself the loveliest, longest-lasting wave you've ever had. A Tony Home Permanent. The wave that gives that natural look.
Toni. Tony.
Listen to this letter, Casey. You too, Williams.
Yeah, we're listening, Burke.
Go ahead, read it.
City Editor, Morning Express, blah, 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 blah. Dear sir, several hours before you receive this, the police will have discovered the dead bodies of a racketeer known as Bobo Gussick and 2 of his lieutenants. I killed them for a multiple reason. 1, a civilized society will be better off without them. 2, men of their type habitually carry large sums of money. And 3, I find it amusing to pit my wits against both the underworld and the police. In this last, I resemble the sagacious animal whom I have selected as my identifying trademark, the Wolverine. Another sketch of it will be found today.
Well, that means that...
Yeah, the guy promises it's another murder. Now, here's the finish. You gentlemen of the press are invited to join with the police and their criminal quarries in what will prove to be a hopeless battle with the Wolverine.
The Wolverine?
That's the signature. I think he's the killer, but he's a nut, too.
The evidence of this letter, he's an educated
Well,
guy.
what kind of an animal is a Wolverine?
Well, I've read they're the toughest, meanest, most intelligent animals in existence.
I'll have research dig up complete dope on them so we can give this letter a good dressing up when we run it on page 1.
Going to show it to the cops before you run it?
Why should I? The writer of this letter may be pulling a fast one just to gag. Wait a second. City desk, Burke speaking. Yes? Who is this speaking?
Casey, the Wolverine.
Where's that? Highland Road? half a mile north of the old brick church and a clump of maple trees. What? Look, who is this? Who? Huh? He's hung up. You got that address, Casey?
Yeah.
This nut, the Wolverine, says he's kept his promise.
This may still be a gag, Burke, but Ann and I are starting for Highland Road and that clump of maple trees right now. Find anything yet, Annie?
Not a thing. The shade of those big maples is so dense, Casey.
It's almost like night in here. Holy...
You found something?
Plenty. Come here. Practically stumbled over this guy's body.
Body?
Look at the holes in his chest. Apparently the Wolverine isn't just a gag.
Casey, look.
What?
Over there. That foot.
I see it. It's another dead guy.
Yeah. He was mostly hidden behind that tree trunk.
Uh-huh. Annie, we knew this guy.
Well, I can't look at his face.
It's Ed Mason.
The numbers operator?
Yeah. A racketeer like Bobo. The other stiff used to be his chief muscle man, Herb Frankel. Well, come on, Annie. I'll get my camera from the car and shoot pictures of this while you find a phone, call Burke and the cops.
Casey?
What?
Something's moving over there. Coming this way.
Yes, I hear it.
I can see now. It's a man.
Yeah.
Maybe he's the Wolverine.
He's not gunning for newspaper stiffs. Who's that there?
Hello, Casey. I thought I recognized your car parked out there.
Foster.
Afternoon, Miss Williams.
Oh, it's only you, Foster.
And who did you think I was? The Wolverine?
What do you know about the Wolverine?
I work for a newspaper, too, you know. Not a high-circulation bourgeois paper like your Morning Express, but our exclusive little daily Standard-Bearer gets letters to the editor, and since we meet in this place, I assume we were brought here by the same reason.
You got a letter?
Followed by a phone call from the ambitious gentleman who calls himself the Wolverine.
Burke isn't going to run this story as an exclusive, Annie.
You two find anything among these trees?
Well, if we told you no, you'd look around for yourself, so look there.
Well, thanks, old chap. These gentlemen seem to be deceased.
That's putting it mildly.
Now, this Wolverine is assuming the proportions of an interesting character. Oh, by the way, do you know what a Wolverine really is?
Yes.
Really? You surprise me.
Why?
Journalists employed by the Standard-Bearer are required to have a general knowledge of almost everything. They're all college graduates, you know. But you Morning Express...
Yeah, all we've got to know is news values. You recognize either of these dead guys, Foster?
No, can't say I do.
Really? You surprise me.
Do you know who they are?
Mm-hmm. And you can read all about them in the Morning Express. Okay, Annie, start looking for a phone. Get work our story. Oh, by the way, Foster, why didn't your classy Standard-Bearer send a photographer with you?
Because we of the Standard-Bearer have multiple talents, Casey. I have a camera in my car, and after taking suitable photographs, I shall make some effective and exclusive pencil sketches of this gruesome scene.
These bodies are exactly as Ann and I found them, Logan. I didn't let Foster disturb anything.
I made no attempt to disturb evidence, Captain.
I didn't say you made an attempt.
Your implication was clear enough.
David. There's a piece of paper clutched in the hand of this dead guy. Well, look, it's the same bum sketch of a cockeyed-looking animal we found on Bobo Gussack.
I wouldn't say it's a bum sketch, Captain. It's the most effective, impressionistic drawing of a Wolverine.
Impressionistic, eh?
Why, as Foster knows, among his other talents, he can draw pictures.
Do you recognize these dead men, Captain?
Yeah,
Logan,
this one's Ed Mason. The stiff over there was his bodyguard, Herb Frankel.
Oh, nuts.
What's the matter, Casey?
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all. Now I shall return to my paper with a full story. Good day, Miss Williams and gentlemen.
Good day.
So long, Foster.
Yeah, so long.
Funny guy, that fellow.
Pain in the neck, and so's his lousy paper.
Hey, this Wolverine gave his sheet the same break yours got.
Yes, it did.
Well, anyway, the Wolverine makes good on his promises.
Crooks like Bobo Gussack and Ed Mason and the Red Hots who've been killed with him are cagey guys, Logan. In order to get 2 of them in these woods and 3 in that beach house, this Wolverine must be somebody they knew and trusted.
Yeah.
Logan, have you turned Joe Schuster loose yet?
No, but I'll have to now. Anyway, I was pretty well convinced he was clean on the Gussick killing before the Wolverine claimed the credit.
Well, have him freed right away, will you? So I can pay him a friendly visit at his tavern hangout tonight.
So you can...
Yes, Joe Schuster was a pal of Ed Mason's. He should know about guys who could have trapped Mason. And Schuster may talk to me as he wouldn't talk to any cop.
Yeah, Joe Schuster's back in his private office, Casey. And he ain't in very good humor on account of the cops trying to hand him a bum rap for that Gussick bump-off. I don't know whether he'll see you or
Well,
not.
tell him I'm not here on newspaper business, Leo. Say I want to give him a straight talk on the Gussick bump-off, Ed Mason's bump-off, and the Wolverine.
Hey, you got any inside dope on that mug who calls herself the Wolverine?
My paper carried a story about it. You know.
Yeah. Just your paper and a standard bearer. The guy Foster from the standard bearer was here a while ago to see Joe.
What? Yes?
Yeah, Joe talked to him because Foster'd been a pal of Ed Mason's before he got bumped off.
Foster was a pal of Mason's?
Well, not a pal exactly, but he and Mason knew each other pretty well.
But did Foster know Herb Frankel, too?
Sure.
Oh.
Hey, Manny.
Yeah?
Come here and keep Casey company while I go and see the boss. Huh?
Yeah, okay, man.
I'll give Joe your message, Casey.
Yeah, thanks, Leo.
Yeah, I'm drinking a Tom Collins, Casey. Will I have the barkeep fix you one?
Oh, no, thanks, Manny. No. Leo says Joe Schuster isn't in very good humor today.
Well, can you blame him? You know, them cops wasn't very nice to Joe.
Yeah, Schuster's had a tough break.
Yeah, but he'll stop burning after he gets a few laughs from Doc Avon.
Doc Avon? Who's he?
Yeah, the little Doc's with him now. He's one of them comical guys who don't mean to be funny. You ever meet him?
No, I never met him.
Well, you got it. He's a college professor.
He's a college professor?
Yeah, he teaches that psychological stuff. He's making a study of us guys in the racket. And we're making a study of him.
Yeah. Manny, I understand Foster, the standard bearer, knew Ed Mason and Herb Frankel pretty well.
Yeah, that Foster's another one of them snooty, educated guys who's good for laughs. Hey, Leo's coming back.
Boss will see you in a minute, Casey.
Yes, well, Leo, thanks.
Yeah, he's just about...
Casey,
Here, Schuster.
He's come on himself to tell you the whole deal.
stick around. I gotta make a phone call. It'll only take a minute.
Okay, I'll wait.
You go out and talk to the guy's doc. I see you later.
Well, I'd like to ask you one more question, Mr. Schuster. If you step back in here.
Okay, but make it snappy.
Oh, I shall.
Yeah, the boss is a sap for that Doc Avon.
Yeah, why not, Leo? You know that little Doc is good for a million laughs.
Not to me. I don't go for them there highbrows.
Thanks very much, Mr. Schuster. Your answer's been most helpful. Now, I shan't trouble you any more.
So the boss gave you the right answer, huh, Doc?
Yes, Manny. He helped me immensely in my studies.
Yeah, shake hands with Casey here. Casey, this is our pal, Doc Avon.
Howdy, Doc.
A pleasure, Mr. Casey. You are an associate of these gentlemen?
Well, in a way, I'm a press photographer.
Dear, how interesting.
Ain't this guy a scream, Casey?
I beg your pardon.
No offense, Doc. Hey, how about joining me in a nice cold Tom Collins?
Manny, I have told you many times that my stomach cannot tolerate the lemon juice that is a composite part of your favorite drink. And I've warned you that citric acid may be bad for your constitution.
Well, it ain't never hurt me yet.
What I will have, and always have, once daily, is a small glass of dry sherry.
I'll go get it for you. Hey, get this guy talking, Casey. He'll kill you. I'll be back in a minute.
What paper are you with, Mr. Casey?
Morning Express, Doc.
Oh, it carried the story about that Wolverine today.
Yeah, in the final edition.
Distressing affair. I was acquainted with the men he killed.
You were?
Yeah, Doc's got himself in solid with all the guys, Casey.
It's kind of you to say that, Leo. I'm conducting certain psychological studies among people in, various walks of life, Mr. Casey.
Yes, so I've been told.
The boss should have finished that phone call by now. I'll go see what's keeping.
Yeah, I wish you would, Leo. Well, have you succeeded in finding out what makes these gang guys tick, Doc?
Well, I've arrived at some interesting conclusions, Mr. Casey.
What?
Come quick!
Leo, what is
Look, in Joe's office.
Hey, the boss!
Got a knife in his throat.
He was lying like that when I opened up this door.
Mr. Casey, there's paper on the floor beside Mr. Schuster's body.
Let me see that paper, Doc.
Here, it's a pen and ink sketch of a Wolverine.
Oh, Mr. Cullen, I thought you was Casey. I got a swell riddle poem especially for him.
Can't you tell me?
Oh, sure. Listen.
All right.
You have to guess what animal I'm writing about.
Okay, let's hear it.
Yeah. I ain't a weasel and I ain't a bear, but I mean murder, so beware.
That's good.
And if you read the Morning Express, what I am, you should guess.
Oh, that's a wolverine. Picture one was found in a dead man's hand. I read all about it in the noon edition.
Gee, you got it fast.
Oh,
you sure are smart, Mr.
Oh,
Cullen.
you're the one who's smart, Ethelbert. How about doing a riddle poem especially for me, all right?
Well, let me think.
All right.
I got it.
Go ahead.
Everyone thinks she has a natural curl, but the actual fact is she's
A Tony girl? Yes, people simply can't tell which is the girl with the natural curl and which is the girl with the Tony. That's because gentle Tony waves actually look and feel like naturally curly hair. Over and over again, Tony users write of the same experience. People ask if their hair is naturally curly. Even on the very first day, there's no frizziness, no harsh effect. Tony waves look natural from the first moment, and they're so shiny, soft, and silky, they're so easy to set and style. You'll enjoy doing your hair when you see how beautifully it behaves with a Tony, and you'll be pleased with yourself when you look in your mirror, for you get such lovely results, sure results. Remember, Tony is the only permanent that gives you this twin guarantee. Your Tony wave is guaranteed to last just as long as the most expensive wave you've ever had, and your Tony is guaranteed to look more natural or your money back. No wonder more than 2 million women each month choose Tony Home Permanent.
More than 2 million?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of women.
Yes, each month another 2 million women have lovely, long-lasting Tony waves. How about you?
Now, Casey, you've heard Dr. Avon, Manny, Leo, the bartender, and all the customers that were in this joint here. Give me their versions of the discovery of the killing. How do their stories stack up with what you saw?
100%, pal. I know that Joe Schuster was alive only a few minutes before we found him dead because I saw him, and I talked to him. And not more than 30 or 40 seconds later, I heard Doc Avon talking to him as he left Schuster's office. When Leo went to the door to call Schuster, he was never out of my sight for a minute.
You're sure of that?
I'm positive. I saw Leo open the door. He didn't go inside. He just stood there and yelled at us to come and look, so the Wolverine had to come in the back door.
So the Wolverine remains a big unknown.
Yeah. What did the medical examiner have to say?
Well, the knife went through Schuster's neck in such a way he couldn't make a sound. The Wolverine either made a lucky thrust or he knew anatomy.
Logan, I watched Foster drawing pictures today. He's a pretty good artist. Artists know anatomy.
Foster?
Yeah, the standard bearer. Another thing. Tonight, I've learned that Foster was well acquainted with Ed Mason and Herb Frankel. And yet this afternoon, when he saw their dead bodies, he denied that he knew either one of them.
You think
Lastly, Foster was in this office with Joe Schuster just a little while before I got here. So he knew about the back door. I think you'd better talk to Mr. Foster.
My dear Casey, I pretended that I didn't recognize the bodies of Mason and Frankel this afternoon simply to, pull your leg. It amused me to play on your conceited belief that you possessed knowledge I didn't have.
Oh, yeah? You know, Foster, the Wolverine's letter reads a great deal like you talk.
Which only means that he, like myself, is a man of culture.
You admit it.
Are you so naive to believe I am the Wolverine, Captain Logan?
I may answer that after you account for your movements after you left Schuster tonight.
I'll not only do that, I'll prove an alibi for the time of the Bobo Gussick murders and of the Mason killings. My dear Captain.
Well, Casey, I'm told your suspicions of our little pal Foster blew up with a loud bang this morning.
Don't believe everything you hear, Annie. They only seem to blow up.
Well, he established alibis for all of those 3 killings. And Logan turned him loose.
Logan turned him loose with the notion that given a good long rope, Foster may hang himself. Those alibis of his aren't altogether tight by any means.
Oh?
And I'm going to try to loosen them still more.
How?
Well, first, we're paying a visit to Doc Avon.
Doc Avon?
Yeah.
Oh, because he was the last man to see Schuster alive?
No, because he's a psychologist. I want to get his professional opinion of Foster and of the Wolverine.
I'm really not sufficiently acquainted with Mr. Foster to venture an opinion of his character. I've talked to the gentleman only a few times, Mr. Casey.
Yeah, but you're a trained observer, Doc. I mean, even in those few times, he must have left an impression on you.
Well, yes. I'd say the young man is egocentric, perhaps with more than a touch of megalomania.
You mean,
Dr. Avon means that Foster likes himself, Casey. That he's obsessed with his own importance.
Oh, thanks, Annie. Oh, well, that's the way we've had him pegged. From what we know of the Wolverine, wouldn't you say that he was the same kind of a guy, Doc?
Oh, dear, no.
Huh?
Oh, I think his letter is quite expressive of his personality. He wants money, he has a contempt for common criminals, and he's a man of brains who, probably bored by a drab life, has decided to play a dangerous and exciting game. I wrote that brief analysis in my diary last night. I habitually make notes of my thoughts, and, of course, the Wolverine was very much on my mind.
Oh, naturally, since you've just come from a police inquiry over his latest victim.
Well, I'm to deliver a lecture this morning, so you won't think me rude if I...
Oh, no, of course not.
No, we'll be on our way.
Oh, no, you don't have to rush. I always have a glass of milk before I go to the classroom. Won't you join me?
No, thanks.
Oh, a glass of milk sounds kind of good to me.
Fine. I'll get it from the refrigerator. As you see, when I move this screen, I have a little kitchenette in this one-room apartment.
Yeah. Doc, I heard you say last night...
Yes?
You knew Gussick and Mason as well as you knew Schuster.
Well, I've become acquainted with many of the criminal fraternity in the course of my studies. I find them most curious people. Ah, here's your milk, Mr. Casey.
Thanks, much obliged.
Sure you won't join us, Miss Williams?
No, thanks.
The Wolverine must have lifted quite a roll from Schuster's pocket last night, huh?
The police informed me that a search had revealed that his wallet was missing.
Yeah. Well, thanks. We'll be running along now. Thanks for the milk and everything.
Oh, you're quite welcome.
What time will you be back here after your lecture, just in case we want to get in touch with you?
In about 2 hours.
Well, we may see you then. Yeah, so long.
Oh, goodbye, Dr. Avon.
Goodbye.
Annie, hurry. Down these stairs. I want to buy an electric iron.
An electric
The
iron?
nearest hardware store. Then when the professor's gone, we're bringing it back here.
What?
I got a hunch Doc Avon is the Wolverine.
Well, Casey, by your own testimony, Schuster was alive when Dr. Avon left his office.
I'm revising my testimony, Annie. I merely heard Avon talking and concluded he was speaking to a live guy. It takes only a few seconds to drive a knife into a guy's throat and grab his wallet. But because it was done so quickly and so cleverly, even I was giving Avon an alibi until I saw those lemons in his kitchenette.
Lemons?
Yes, last night. He said he was allergic to lemons.
Now, Casey, have you gone crazy? Lemons, electric iron.
Avon habitually makes notes of all his thoughts, Annie. I think you'll see the connection when we get back to his room. I found Avon's diary, Annie.
Oh, let me see it.
Here. Here's the page he wrote last night after Schuster was killed.
Well, it merely tells of the murder. His bewildered reaction to it. And his analysis of the Wolverine, which he told us he put down.
Uh-huh. All perfectly innocent on the surface. Now, just run this hot iron over the page. Maybe we'll read between the lines.
More writing appears. Casey, he used invisible ink.
Use plain lemon juice, Anne, which is completely absorbed by paper until heat is applied. It makes it take on color. I learned the lemon juice trick as a kid. And Avon's only reason for having lemons in this place had to be for secret writing.
And the secret writing says my plan to destroy Schuster was as perfect in execution as it was in conception.
I thrust the knife exactly right, and he slid to the floor without a sound.
My alibi was firmly established, and nobody remotely suspected that I am...
The Wolverine.
Avon.
Be quiet, both of you, if you want.
We see the 45 in your hand, Doc. Huh? We came home sooner than we expected.
Mr. Casey, the Wolverine is acutely sensitive to danger, so I returned without making my lecture. Now the would-be trappers are trapped.
You can't afford to spring any traps in your own home, Doc.
On the contrary, you entered my home without my permission. You have no more right to be here than have common thieves. I have a legal right to destroy those who threaten my property.
Oh, Casey.
Like the Wolverine, Miss Williams, when I trap the trappers, they are really trapped.
Oh!
What was that?
Something struck him, Casey, and knocked him down.
Well, it was a camera that hit him.
A good pitch, wouldn't you say?
Foster!
Yes. I've been watching this interesting scene from the fire escape outside that open window. Oh, When things seemed to be getting hot, I thought I'd better do something, and my camera was all I had to do it with.
Oh, boy, well, I'll get you a new camera. That's a grand job you did, and that camera knocked the doc cold.
Well, how did you happen to be on the phone?
I had my own little suspicions of Dr. Avon and decided to keep an eye on him. I was doing just that.
Well, thank heaven.
Yes, and thank you, Foster.
Well, don't mention it, my dear Casey.
I guess a guy can be wrong about a guy once in a while.
For soft water shampooing, use Tony Cream Shampoo. Even in the hardest water, Tony Cream Shampoo.
Yes, even in the hardest water, Tony Cream Shampoo gives soft water shampooing that rinses away dandruff instantly, leaves hair so soft, so smooth, so shining clean. Today, bring out the sparkling beauty of your hair with Tony Cream Shampoo. Get the handy tube or jar. Tony Cream Shampoo. It's for you.
That Doc Avon had written all about his killings in that diary, huh, Casey?
Yes, Ethelbert, in lemon juice.
And now his habit of writing down his thoughts will put an end to his thoughts. In the chair.
Just the same, you didn't do so good on this one, Casey. Until almost the very last, your big suspect was a guy who finally saved your lives.
Yeah, I was sure all wrong about Foster, wasn't I? That fellow has the makings of a first-class newspaper man.
Like you?
Well, Casey won't go that far.
Oh, only because great newspaper men are never snooty, my dear Miss Williams.
Huh?
Come on, Annie, should we be off?
Well, see you in the comics, Casey.
Yeah. Oh, hey, that reminds me.
Oh, yeah.
I want to tell our friends that the first issue of the Crime Photographer comic book is now on all the newsstands.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is produced and directed by John Dietz. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole and is based on the fictional character of Flash Gun Casey, created by George Harmon Cox. Original music by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Bill Cullen asking you to listen again next week at this same time to another exciting adventure of Crime Photographer. And also inviting you to listen to This is Nora Drake, radio's thrilling serial romance heard every afternoon, Monday through Friday, over most of these stations. Consult your local paper for the exact time. Both of these programs brought to you each week by Tony Home Permanent, the wave that gives that natural look, and the new Tony Cream Shampoo for soft water shampooing, even in the hardest water. Next Saturday, be sure to tune in the Gillette broadcast of the annual running of the Kentucky Derby from 6:15 to 6:45 Eastern Daylight Time over most of these stations. Hallmark Playhouse, starring Linda Darnell in Mother, follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Reporting in service, starting mileage 7395, 7395, officers Perkins and Walter.
201-10-4, mileage 7395, 6:08 p.m., Unit 56 in service on the night watch.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder.
Tonight, you're riding in Detective Unit 5-6, just reporting in service on the night watch. While you're with us, bear one thing in mind. The people we'll meet are not actors, because I'm recording this as it happens. You see, this
Unit 5-6, come in.
5-6, go ahead.
Control 1 to 5-6. Assist Unit 5-0 on a burglary investigation at 1923 Ramona. 1923 Ramona.
5-6, Roger. We're out on the west end of the call. We'll be there in about 10 minutes.
Control 1 to 5-6, stand by. Control 1 to 5-6. Cancel your last call. Take this one. In the 2900 block on Sepulveda, 2900 Sepulveda, unknown trouble. Our only information so far, woman called for help and dropped the phone. The operator is tracing the call. We'll give exact location. Roll code 2 and stand by.
5-6, Roger.
Code 2. Use your red light. Hurry up. As I was saying, this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and to police recorder Don Reed.
We're southbound on Sepulveda in about the 2000 block, so in a matter of seconds we'll cover that remaining distance. At the moment, there's just a bit of confusion because we don't know exactly where we're going or what to look for when we get there. As soon as the telephone company can pinpoint that call, Control 1 will radio us. Now, at the present time, we just have the approximate location. I was just thinking, a couple of weeks ago, we answered a similar call. A woman was calling the station about a dog license and suddenly dropped the phone and screamed. Seems the roast was burning and she forgot to hang up the phone. Hold on, we're going to flip a turn. Sometime before that, we had the same deal. This time a man shot himself. That's what they mean, unknown trouble. Can't be anything. We're in the immediate area now. Slowing down. Checking the houses as we go. So far, nothing unusual. Most of the houses are full of occupants.
5-6. On your unknown trouble call, the operator states that the call originated at 2913 North Sepulveda. At 2913 North Sepulveda.
5-6, Roger. We'll be code 6 of that location.
Flip your light on that White House over there. No, I'd say this 13 must be in the rear. Huh?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Watch it. House in the rear. Small bungalow. This could be anything. It could be nothing. There's a light burning in the hallway.
I'll keep the back covered just in case.
Detective Walter to the rear. We'll go in the front of it, Sergeant Perkins. Officers, open up, will you, please?
Nice. Look at him. We had a call. Coming in from
From this address here, when the phone hung up. Yeah. Have a drink? No. Really okay. Thanks. Did you or anybody here call the station?
Man, intoxicated. Says everything's okay.
I'm the one called.
Wife coming out of the bedroom,
Oh, he was drinking.
armed with a coffee pot.
He's going to jump in the car and run off. Said he was drunk. Just because I was late getting home with the children, I took him to the fair. He knew I was taking him to the fair. And for the first time in his life, I took him to see the show. They had a circus. And I called him. He said, well, let's stay on with you, please. I'm plenty drunk anyhow. Well, he never drinks. And why he's doing it for some grudge against me or something. Anyhow, he started cutting up. And so when I hung up, I would have told him right away. He run out the back to get in the car. And when he did, I run behind him and took the keys away from him. When I come back, I left the receiver down. But by the time I got the key and got back in, well, he...
Well, we had the operator first.
Yeah, I knew you would. I knew you would be up. I thought you would. I waited. I didn't pull my clothes off until later. I thought you would, Trace. It didn't come on.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, it's okay now. He's quieted down.
Everything under control.
Well, he better be. I'm beaming. You didn't think I'd call you. First time we've married 15 years, the first time he ever pulled something like that. And I mean, it's nothing. He knew where we were, and when you go to that fair, you can't go down there and get back. We didn't get away from here at 11 o'clock, and then the show doesn't even start till 8 o'clock, and we didn't even stay for all of it. We left and looked at the fireworks on the way to the car.
Everything's okay now?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk to him.
He's just his stupidity, that's all. I can handle him. I'm a beanie, but he's a hemophiliac. He's a bleeder, and you don't dare hit him over the head with anything, you know.
Now let's go in the front room. Husband slumped in chair. Several empty whiskey bottles on the table.
I'm just having a good time. You don't normally drink. No. What's the reason? It's here from 6 to 1 in the morning. Nobody shows up. You think you got a drink or something. You weren't going to go take your car out someplace, were you? I was going out and get drunk. Get drunk? I'd hate to see you in life. I'm not drunk. No, but you've been drinking heavily. I've been drinking since 6, but that's what you try to handle that. How much you been drinking? What's on the counter out there? Well, as long as you stay in your own home and... I didn't mean what she told you, Jack. Well, don't go out and get in the car, though. Stay inside, okay? Okay. And no trouble. No trouble. All right. I'm sorry it's bothered you. Yeah, that's about it. We'll see you later. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
It's a good thing he was a free bleeder. His wife would have really clobbered him over the head.
When he sobers up in the morning, he's going to have a headache anyway.
Listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. Each year, more millions of children throng into schools already overcrowded. If your child is to have the education you want for him, it is up to you and the fellow parents in your community to make sure your school is equal to its job. Your efforts, and only yours, will guarantee an up-to-date school for your children. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and your police recorder, Don Reed.
Unit 5101, we have 2459 suspects trapped in the building at 3207 South Jefferson. Request immediate assistance. Control 1 to 51, stand by. All units in the vicinity, officers need assistance at 3207 South Jefferson, 3207 South Jefferson. 2459 suspects in the building now. Code 2. 51, 10-4.
26-1, Roger. We're rolling on the car. We'll approach from the north side. 2459 suspects means 2 burglaries in the building. Very high rate of speed. Recognize that address. Had an attempt burglary there a few weeks ago. It's a large bottling plant scattered over several acres. Apparently one of our uniform cars has 2 suspects trapped. And knowing this layout, every second counts. There's 1,000 places to hide. The other units answering this call will be coming in with just a red light. We haven't far to go, so we didn't take our red lens out of the glove compartment. Under normal conditions, detective units don't leave the red lens on. It's detachable. Matter of a couple more blocks now. Hold on, we're going to flip one. This is the unknown element. What's happened? Are they still there? Have they slipped out? Are they armed? And we're approaching the plant now. Cut our lights. Getting into a stop. Uniformed officer guarding the door. Guns are out of holster. Fingers on the safety catches. Burglar. Trapped in the building.
He just started hammering on the safe in there, and we heard him as he come up. He's in here somewhere. Yeah, he hasn't had a chance to get away. I don't think we can find a light switch.
All right, here's your picture. Hammering on the safe. We're out in the dark yard now. Officers on both sides. Guns out.
Can we have one up this way?
Large bottling plant. Whole series of trucks lined up. We're walking along in the dark. You can hear the officers shouting on both sides. We're watching the trucks on both sides. There's where the lights are now. They're switching the lights. This will help us determine if he's in here.
We're all police officers out here. Anyone hiding in there, come out with your hands up.
Everyone has to dig him out. Here comes another police unit rolling in on the other side. Going along the tracks. Large stacks of bottles. Must be 30 feet high. A couple of officers. Perkins is up on top here.
Have we heard this?
Well, he's still around here then. Only information. Suspects were attempting to break open the safe. Check all these trucks.
Oh, yeah.
What'd you do? Cut your hair?
Yeah, I got a cutter on the barbed wire going over.
Sure he didn't slip out, huh?
I don't think so. He did. He was awful fast. Water's on the roof.
Passing the word. I think the water's up on the roof. Just a matter of identification.
Hey, Roger, look out down the alley here. Going west, right down here.
Car just took off. Ronnie? Car just took off going down the alley.
Where about?
Right, going down this way. One spot. Let's get back to our car on the double. Water's piling off the roof. Let's get back to the car. Sergeant Perkins driving. What kept you?
Yeah, that post I used to jump in the roof?
Yeah.
6-1 on this 459 call. One suspect may be leaving the area west through the alley and southbound on Overland in a light cream Mercury two-tone, possibly with a green top. About a 50 or 51, and it should have one male occupant. We advise all the units to be on the lookout for this car. You might also notify West L.A.
Control 1, 56 standby. Control 1 to all units. Southbound on Overland. A possible 459 suspect. Driving a light green Mercury 1950 or 51 two-tone with a green top. Contains one male suspect, may be armed. Use caution.
We're skirting the plant to get on the road taken by the suspects heading south. the geographical picture. On the left beyond the fence, open fields covered with grass, small shrubs. On the right, Bologna Creek, large cement viaduct, carries water down to the ocean.
5-4 to all units on this search. We've just contacted a citizen who saw a second male suspect leave the rear of the plant on foot. He's running toward the open field on Overland just a moment ago. Only description, dark suit and hat. Units 5-1 take the north side and 5-3 the south side. We'll cover that area. 5-6, can you read it?
5-6, go ahead.
5-6, Perkins, Lieutenant Kelly wants you to cover the Overland Bridge. Possible the suspect may head for cover under there.
5-6, Roger. We're right on top of it now.
Control under all units in the search area. A detective unit will be code 6 in the Overland Bridge area.
Heading down the dirt road toward the bridge. Control 1 just advised the other units that we're going to check out this bridge. Since we're in plain clothes, it's just a precaution against any mistaken identity. Especially since all of us, including the suspects, are wearing dark clothes. It's a little bumpy along here. Here we are.
Perk, you want to check out the creek bottom, and we'll take the girders over here with the bridge. Okay, Perk.
Well, let's make our way down now under this bridge, going down the side of the creek, right down the side of the mountain. Way in the background, calls to come over our speaker. We're getting quite a ways from them now. Making our way down through the dark. Frogs off there along the creek bed. Boy, it's dark out here. I dare put a flashlight on. At the moment, get a chance to look under there. Should we flush him out? The eyes wouldn't be accustomed to the light. The second flash would be a good shot. Tomorrow's my day off. Now we're in a cemented area. Going down on the bridge. It's dark. Pitch dark under here. Hold on, here we go. Under the steel girders. Now we can use a flashlight. Sergeant Perkins off way up, climbing on the overhead beams. See if anyone could be up under there. Up about 50 feet above us. There are cars shoot over the top of our heads here with these overhead beams making our way along. Now we're on the other side. And we're out in the open now. On the creek. Probably can hear the water moving on out toward the ocean. Perkins over on the left. He's got his light on, checking some small shacks, wood piles. Well, I guess this is what they call legwork in the business. Let's go back and make our way underneath here again. Down in the dark cavern underneath this bridge. We're going across. Very difficult to walk. It's about a 45-degree angle. More cars over our head. Perkins shouting way out at the entrance. We're way in behind. Now we're on the outside. Make our way back up here again. On up the top of the cliff. Well, I know why I joined the Air Force in the last war. Well, let's get back to our car again. Well, we proved one thing. He isn't under the bridge anyway. What are you puffing for? I'm out of shape.
My uniform cars have got the area surrounded. It's going to have to show sometime. Kurt, let's get back to the plant. Check out that safe he was working on. Yeah. To Control 1. On this safe job down here, suggest you have the officers making the report make a notation that any information regarding the suspect or the suspect's car be kept out of the newspapers.
Control 1 to 5604. We'll make a notation to that effect. KMA 8394.
Well, the object of that, of course, was to keep what information we do have out of the newspapers so that the suspects will not have any advantage. Now, let's get back to the plant and check out that safe. Up in front of the plant.
Bring my flashlight, will you, Kurt?
Okay.
See, the fingerprint man is here. One in the building. Papers over the floor. Holy mackerel. Here's the picture. Safe about 6 feet tall. The safe is outside, completely out of the cement wall. And cemented all over the floor. Let's see what they've used the sledgehammer on it, apparently. What do you got there, Bill?
There's a spring here in the floor.
Gee, they broke the, see, that's part of the dial, isn't it?
This is part of the dial. That's half of it. Looks like they broke it in half.
Holy mackerel, they were really going to work with that sledgehammer. There's the top of the dial laying over there.
Here's the handle to the safe to get it through. Here's the pry bar.
Apparently that's the stuff they brought in with them. Kirk? Yeah. Houston must have brought this stuff in with them, huh? Big pry bar. There's a crowbar.
You know, Mom,
they probably might have used these files here, too. Here is the officer who will take the prints. Officer Ray Lang. Quite a character. He's got this haircut about a quarter of an inch long. Hi, Curly. This is Sledgehammer.
Thank you, but you might, just possibly. Well, the handle's got a good shiny surface, so if there's anything there, we ought to be able to develop it.
Let's now get hold of Woodward and get some pictures out and back, too.
Okay, fine.
Let's move on out. Now, that's every one of these windows open. There's even one open in the other office. I don't know why they get knocked over. The guys wouldn't even have to do that. I guess that does it here. Walter, Perkins, heading for the car. Well, those guys didn't get the safe open, but they sure got a lot of exercise. So we didn't get them tonight. They didn't get the money either. Gentlemen, I say we should orange a cup of coffee. Anybody with me? Buying? Yeah, I'm buying.
I can use this stuff. I can too, now. I believe I could even eat a sandwich.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's don't go overboard on this thing.
Well, what are you buying, Don?
Coffee.
Coffee?
Yeah.
Well, that's better than nothing.
Go have coffee.
Yeah, I'll have that.
Good. Go to the place where we get it free, will you?
What you have just heard is real. Recorded as it actually happened on The Night Watch. And now back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
I hope tonight's first investigation will give you an insight into one of the many problems faced by your local law enforcement officers. When they entered the house on the trouble call, they had to be prepared for any emergency. In reality, it was nothing more than a family quarrel. But regardless, the officers risked their safety in a fast run to the home because of the dangerous possibility that existed. Now, for a moment, I'd like to discuss the final case of the safe burglars. In a fiction program, the suspects would have been apprehended. But Night Watch is real, and in real life, the suspects are not always captured immediately. For example, several important clues as to the suspect's identity were censored out of tonight's broadcast. Considerable progress has been made on the case after many hours of legwork and long stakeouts. However, in the interest of security, up to this moment, no further facts can be revealed. In writing the Night Watch, remember you're listening while it happens. A police officer in the field must make a decision now. He has no way of determining the outcome in advance. His personal safety and your security is based on his training as a police officer. To help understand these problems is the reason for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Don Reed.
Give it to you at all.
Oh, yes, you will. And right now.
Oh?
Come on, Jenny, you know I'm dying to see what you made me.
Oh, it must be important to you if you left that piece of cheesecake. What's the matter? Don't you feel well, darling?
I feel very fine and very curious.
Oh, sorry. You're going to have to wait, and you're going to have to stop pestering me while you're waiting, and that's all there is to it.
Pestering? You think I've been pestering you?
Oh, yes.
Well, wait till you find out what a pest I can be. Jane Ashley, you made me a present. I want it. At least I want to know what it is.
Yes.
Cheesecake. You made me a cheesecake.
Oh, you think I'm that silly. Cheesecake has been my rival for your affections ever since I've known you. No cheesecake.
Uh-huh. Pair of socks?
What? So I'd have another pair of socks to wash after we get married? Oh, no socks.
Well, a sweater. That's what it is, a sweater.
Oh, you're not even lukewarm. Oh,
All right. You little imp. I've taken enough of this. Are you going to tell me or aren't you?
Depends on what you have to tell me.
I love you, darling. Very much.
Oh, well, in that case, I've got your present right here in the drawer.
Good.
Here it is. You like it?
Hey, that's swell, a mask.
That's right, Billy. Oh, I get awfully worried when you go out to do a job. Somebody might recognize you sometime. Wear this mask I made you.
Sure I will, honey. And thanks. Pretty good idea, too. That guy last night could have identified me, sure, if he'd lived. With my record, they'd have grabbed me in an hour.
I'm glad you like your present, Billy.
And that's pretty, and it's practical. Shows you think of me when I'm not here. I like that.
I like thinking about you when you're not here. It's the next best thing to having you here, Billy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what's the matter?
Matter? Look at the time. Mike's waiting downstairs for me in the car. I got a job to pull right now, Jane.
Oh.
Photographer who's working bright and early in the morning and keeps all his cash in the studio.
Oh, well, call me right afterwards, darling, and darling, wear the mask for luck.
Sure. But I won't need too much luck, honey. If that photographer resents being robbed, he's the one that's going to need it. Tired, Sally?
Bored. It's a little trying being Miss Outdoors at 7 in the morning.
Just hold that tennis racket a little higher over your head, honey.
Uh-huh.
That's good. If I get this picture, it'll be the last one. Morning sun is just what I need. Beats artificial lighting a mile. Now, last one if it's good, kid.
Oh, pleasant words, Mr. Merton. Very pleasant words. How's this?
Fine, but just tilt your head up a little bit.
Huh?
Good. Keep your left hand away from your legs. Gotta have legs in the picture or the clients won't buy.
Neither will the customers. What would I do without legs, I wonder? I spend hours every day making up my face, going to beauty parlors about my hair, and what's the most important part of the picture? My legs. Mr. Merton, you're a pretty wealthy man. Why do you work this hard and this early?
Well, Sally, I'm like my clients and their customers.
Huh?
I like legs, too. Now, hold it just that way while I take a look in the camera.
All right.
I've got a hunch that this is...
Okay, Rembrandt. Hold it just where you are.
Oh. What have we got here? A guy, a gun, and a mask.
Oh, Mr. Merton,
You
please.
sure you're in the right place, buddy?
Don't you wish I weren't?
Oh, don't point.
You over there in the stand. Stop the yapping. You won't get hurt. You won't either, Sonny, if you're a nice guy, and hand over the dough in that safe over there.
Stick up, huh? Okay, come on over and get it.
That was the general idea of my coming here. Now, don't try anything cute, pal. Just hand me the dough that's in there, and I'll get out of here. Well, what are you waiting for?
Just till I get near enough to you to...
Oh,
sucker!
Dirty! Shut up, sister! Shut up! Haven't I had trouble enough? Shut up, I said. All right, I'll shut you up. I gotta get out of here.
Gotta get to that telephone.
Hello?
Call the police. Man here wearing a mask killed Mr. Merton. Shot me. Stop him. Stop him.
Hope you don't mind dropping into this hotel lobby, Vance.
No, not at all.
My secretary was to leave an envelope for me at the desk so I wouldn't have to go all the way downtown to my office this morning.
I don't mind, Markham. We still have an hour before court opens. Will you be long?
Just long enough to pick up the envelope so I can have it with me in court.
That's the trouble with being a district attorney. You have to spend so much time in court. Personally, I prefer trying to find criminals whom you can take to court. It's more exciting, more of a challenge to the imagination.
You ever hear of murderer's alibi, Vance? That's generally the height of imagination. But today's case isn't a murder. It's a case where two men... Just a moment.
Ex-Markham on the telephone, please.
Phone call for me?
Apparently.
A boy. Oh, boy.
Yes, sir?
Hi, Mr. Markham.
There's a call for you in booth 3, sir.
Oh, thank you, boy. Just a moment. Here you are.
Thank you.
Come on, Vance. It's probably my secretary just telling me that she didn't finish the papers in time and that she'll bring them directly to court, but we'll see.
I hope that isn't what the call is, Markham.
You'd like it to be a murder, wouldn't you?
No, but if there were a murder, I'd like to be in on it at the beginning. Here we are, Markham.
Booth 3. Here it is. Excuse me, Vance.
Certainly.
Hello, Markham speaking.
DA, Sergeant Heath, homicide. Your secretary told me where I could reach you.
What's up, Heath?
Murder, DA. Stick up and murder. Guy broke into the studio of a rich photographer named Merton early this morning. Shot him when he tried to resist.
Merton?
Yeah, he's dead. Guy also shot Merton's model, but she was able to call downstairs to the switchboard.
Go on, Heath.
Well, the switchboard guy tried to stop the killer, but he took a smack on the head from the guy's gun instead. Staggered out front in time to see the guy race away in a sedan. Got the license number and called it in.
Good. We get one break on the case anyway.
We get more than one, DA. Just got a call at headquarters that a radio car spotted the sedan and is chasing it. Thought you'd like to know.
I certainly would. I'll come down to headquarters with Philo Vance, Heath. Wait there for me, will you?
Sure. Oh, look, do you have to bring Vance? This is no case for a mastermind, DA. If we get the car, we'll get the guy in it that shot Merton. Why bring Vance in on this?
I'll tell you why, Heath. He and I were going to court. As long as we're together, and as long as there's been a murder, there's no way I know to keep Philo Vance away.
Step on it, Mike. We gotta get more speed. That prowl car's picking up on us.
I can't help it, Billy. I got my foot on the floorboard now. We're doing better than 70.
Keep going and stop slowing up for those curves. That's what's holding us up.
We gotta slow up for him, Billy. This crate'll crash if we don't. They ain't banked too good.
Keep close to the inside. We'll pick up a little time that way. The cops are taking the turns wide.
Well, whatever they're doing, it's working for them. Hold on. This is a tough one.
The wheel, Mike. Stay with that wheel. The curve. We gotta... Mike!
finally caught up to it, eh, Tommy? Take a look. That's what I call a real crack-up.
Sure is, Pat. It sure is. And the guy we were chasing is still inside, nice and pretty, just waiting for us to show up.
Of course, he can't very well do anything about being hospitable or nothing on account... Yeah, he's dead. That's a good morning's work for us.
Sure. Guess I'll go back to car and radio headquarters, huh?
Why not? Just tell him that some guy tried to stick up and we chased him. Of course, we didn't catch up to him, but that doesn't matter. On account of death, did.
Hello? Hello?
Janie?
Oh, Billy, I've been so worried. That radio said that a man...
That was Mike, Janie. He drove me from the studio after I killed the photographer.
Oh.
And when our car crashed, I got out and planted the gun and mask on him and beat it just in time to duck the cops.
Oh, Billy, I'm so glad you called. I've been absolutely frantic.
No need to be, Janie girl.
Oh.
The only trouble with this morning was the fact that I didn't get what I wanted at the studio.
Shucks.
Be over at your place in a couple of hours. Wait for me.
You know I will.
Oh, that present you gave me, that mask?
Yeah?
Well, it's been picked up by the cops, naturally.
Uh-huh.
Only they think that Mike was alone in the car and that he killed the camera guy.
Well, good.
Very lucky present you gave me.
Oh, I'm glad, Billy. And I'll make you something else. A surprise.
Do that, baby. Make it a cheesecake surprise. I had to leave a nice, fresh cheesecake I bought in the car when Mike got killed. Isn't that a shame?
You're quite a good driver, Sergeant Heath. You got us out here to the scene of the crash very quickly. Right, Markham?
Right, Vance, although I don't know what you can expect to find out here.
Except a wrecked car used for a getaway after a stick-up and a killing.
The dead killer's body has been removed, Vance, but nothing else has been touched. Why did you want to take a look at the car?
I'm not sure yet, Markham. Perhaps I had no reason. But I'll know that better after I take a look inside it. Coming, Markham?
Yes, of course. Heath?
No, not me, D.A. I've been out here once this morning. It's too hot in the sun for me. You two go ahead. I'll wait in the car.
We wrapped up this stick-up murder in short order, don't you think, Vance?
Well...
And we got a hospital report that the model the killer shot will recover. All in all, it sounds like a good morning's work.
Even though you didn't get to court.
I have several capable assistants, Vance. They took care of matters there for me. Well, here we are.
Car's not wrecked as badly as I thought.
It crashed into that tree with enough force to kill the driver. And the driver was the man who held up and killed Merton, the photographer, so I guess that's all that could be asked of it.
I suppose that's right. Markham, there's a folded topcoat on the back seat of the sedan. Next to it, a package.
There's a cheesecake in that package, Vance, and that's where the police found it, and the coat. They went through the coat, but there were no means of identification in it. Fingerprints told us nothing either, by the way.
Something is telling me something, Markham.
What are you doing with that sunshade, Vance?
Putting it back up to its normal position, my friend. Just want to see if it could have been jarred down by the crash.
Well, could it?
I doubt it very much. In fact, Markham, I'm not even sure whether you got your killer or not.
Now, Vance, please. The man was seen running out of the studio building. He was chased by the phone operator who got this license number. Police cars picked up the trail almost immediately, and one of our cars was chasing this one when it crashed. The murderer wouldn't have had a chance to get out and turn the car over to a Confederate while the chase was on.
Oh, that's right, but I still think there were two people in this car. And it's very possible that the murderer got away.
I don't know why you think that, but as long as you do, what are you going to do about it? Up until this minute, we thought we had a complete case in the killing of Mr. Merton. We found the murder gun and the mask here in the car. We have what we want.
I doubt whether you have. And I doubt whether I'm going to be of any help to you till I find the other man that was riding in this car when it crashed early this morning. And that, Markham, is going to be a man-sized job.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Cheesecake murder case opened with the murder of George Merton, photographer who specialized in leg art, known colloquially as Cheesecake. His model, Sally Burns, is in a hospital recovering from a bullet wound. And Philo Vance and I have inspected a car in which we believe the murderer fled the scene of the crime. The car, the driver dead at the wheel, seemed to have solved the case, but Vance is of the opinion that another man was in the car and escaped. His identity, if there was such a person, is unknown. Who he is or where he is...
Read it to me again, Janie. I like to hear it.
Uh-huh.
Just the part where I fooled him.
All right.
Gee, this is good cheesecake. Where'd you get it?
Huh? Oh, the usual place, Rowley's.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Billy, here we go. Sergeant Heath of the Homicide Department is confident that the murderer of George Merton was killed in the crash that followed a wild chase through the suburb of Arlingville. The car was identified as the one in which the killer fled, with the telephone operator in Merton's building supplying the identification.
Great.
Sally Burns, Merton's model, identified the mask found on the dead driver as that worn by the hold-up man, and the gun in the driver's pocket has been checked and proven to be the murder weapon. Well, that's it, Bill.
I guess I'm pretty smart, huh?
Oh, I never doubted that for a minute, honey. Well, hey, listen to this. Another story on the murder.
What?
It says, Philo Vance, noted private investigator, in an interview today said that he believed a second man was riding in the car, which the police believed to be the one used by the murderer of George Merton.
Give me a paper. Vance refused to give any reasons for his belief, but it is understood that District Attorney Markham is placing great faith in Vance's theory and has referred it to Homicide Sergeant Heath.
What do you know about that?
I don't get it.
Me neither.
How could Vance think there was somebody else in that car?
Gee.
How could he know about me? The cops chasing us never got a look. They couldn't know there were two people in the car.
Golly.
I didn't leave anything there except the cheesecake. Hey, what could Vance mean?
What could Vance mean, Billy? Well, Vance could mean that he's just as smart as you are.
Don't bet. Sweetheart, this little clam bake this morning didn't work out according to plan. I got no dough from Merton, but I know where there's a load of it just waiting to be taken.
Well, where, Billy?
There's a factory payroll getting made up this afternoon. I got the place cased. It'll be a snap. After that, wedding bells. Okay with you, sweetheart?
Oh, sure. Do a good job, honey.
I will. A good job, and I buy a string of pearls for you.
Oh.
A bad job, and the state gives me a rope for free.
Just dump the money out of the bag, Freddie. I done my job. Guarded you when you went to the bank for the money.
Right. Well, here we are. $30,000 worth of Uncle Sam's calling cards. It was sure shaky when I carried it from the bank, even with you around. Well, here's the greenback shower.
I sure wouldn't mind getting caught in that kind of rain.
I guess not. All in 10s and 20s, Pat. Oh, hand me the payroll list, will you, so I can begin to fill the envelopes?
Sure. Here you are. Hey, nobody's allowed in here.
I know. I like that. Then we won't be interrupted.
Huh?
All right, put all the dough back in the bag you just dragged from the bank. Come on, get moving.
Stick up, huh?
I ain't playing games. Now, don't either of you be a patsy because the dough isn't yours. It belongs to the company. But your life belongs to you, and believe me, I'll shoot in a minute if either of you gets cute. Including you, copper.
No kidding. I think
No, don't do it, Pat. Don't start anything. I'm giving them the money.
Ah. Well, that's being smart, pal. I want the money. I don't want either of you to turn around and get a look at me. And I want 5 minutes to get away before you start screaming. Well?
Everything your own way, huh?
Sure. I like me. I'm entitled to that. All right, get moving. Get the dough in the bag so I can get out of here.
I suppose you're wondering why we're going to see the model who was shot, Markham, inasmuch as the police have already questioned her.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I am.
Well, Markham, we've never been up against so hopeless a situation before. I have absolutely no assurance that there were two men in the murder car. Just my theory. We have a top coat, which means nothing, and a cheesecake, which doesn't help us, and, well, that's all. Perhaps the model might supply us with a little information.
All I can tell you is that she remembers nothing. Apparently, she was hypnotized by the gun in the murderer's hand. You'll find that out for yourself. Oh, nurse.
Yes, Mr. Markham. You want to see Miss Burns?
We'd like to. How is she?
She's resting in her room. Please try not to do anything to disturb her.
I won't, nurse. I promise you that. Come on, lads.
I'm with you.
Hello, Miss Burns. I'd like to present Philo Vance.
Hello.
How do you do?
Miss Burns, Mr. Vance would like to ask you a question or two. Do you feel equal to answering?
What do you want to know?
I was hoping that you could tell us something about what the hold-up killer looked like. Something that would help us find him.
I can't. The police asked me that. I've tried, and I can't. When he came into the room, all I could look at was his gun. I kept staring at it, expecting any minute it would shoot.
I keep seeing that gun and the middle finger of a man's hand on the trigger. I see it all the time. I see it right now. Oh, please don't ask me anything more, please.
I'm sorry, Miss Burns. Please don't be upset. It's all over now. But you've helped us, Miss Burns. Believe me, you have. Come on, Markham.
I'm sorry I'm such a baby.
You're not. You're a very brave girl and a very helpful one. Thank you very much. I do hope you feel better.
Oh, thank you.
Goodbye, Miss Burns. Vance, what do you mean by telling her that what she said was helpful? Trying to make her feel good?
Not at all. She was helpful. I'll know exactly how helpful as soon as we make a stop at Rawley's restaurant.
You mean to tell me you found something in this case that ties up with Rawley's restaurant?
Yes.
Where was I all this time?
Right here with me. I'll admit this much. Rawley's is just a guess, but if it's a good guess, I think I'll have your killer for you. You see, I can describe him in a manner so definite that if he'd ever been to Rawley's, they'd remember him.
I don't know how you can do that, of course, but why go to Rawley's to describe our murderer?
Rawley's makes the best cheesecake in town.
That may be, but I don't like cheesecake.
I know, but our murderer does. I hope.
Of course, I'm proud of our cheesecake, Vance. It's famous all over the country, and this cheesecake you have is definitely ours.
That's what I thought when I borrowed it from the police, Mr. Rawley. You might be of great assistance to me and the police. If I could describe a man with a completely distinguishing characteristic, one whom I imagine is very fond of cheesecake, would you identify him?
Oh, well, I hardly think so. So many people like cheesecake.
I was hoping that perhaps you'd sent cakes to his apartment at some time or other. And if you had, that perhaps you could give us the address.
We have a record of every customer's name and address, Vance, but you'd have to describe the man pretty well if I'm going to come even close to recognizing him.
I'll describe him so well that there isn't a chance of your not knowing him if he happened to be one of your customers, Mr. Rawley. And if he did happen to be one of your customers, he's as good as caught right now. Hello, Sergeant Heath. Glad you're here.
Hello, Heath. Down to this address just as soon as I got word that you and Mr. Markham wanted me to meet you, Vance. What's up?
Heath, Sally Burns, the model, told Vance that she was fascinated by the killer's middle finger around his gun when he broke into Merton's studio.
Well, sure. That's why she couldn't even come close to describing the guy. That and the fact that he wore a mask.
I'll take it from there, Markham.
Okay.
You wait down here, if you will. Heath, come with me.
All right. Where?
Up the stairs of this house. Keep your eyes open, Markham.
I will. Luck to you, Vance.
Thanks. Now, Heath, when that model told me that the killer's middle finger was around the gun, that got me thinking. Nobody shoots a gun with his middle finger. It's always the index finger.
Yeah, that's right.
Lower your voice now, Sergeant, please. We have to walk up a flight of steps to grab our killer.
Hey, what happened after you figured out there was something wrong with the trigger finger, Vance?
You remember the cheesecake found in the murderer's car, Heath?
Yeah, sure. Why?
I brought it to Rawley's restaurant. It was made by them, all right.
So?
So I gave Mr. Rawley a description of the man I knew was the real killer, Heath. I told him the man we were looking for had a paralyzed index finger.
Hey, that's probably right. Else why would he shoot a gun with his middle finger?
No reason. Heath, Mr. Rawley remembered a customer whose finger was paralyzed.
Yeah?
He looked up his records and found that he had delivered cheesecakes to him several times. Gave us his name, Bill Avery, and his address.
Yeah, I get it. And we're crawling up to his apartment now. Is that it?
That's it. Now, I know he's in there because while Markham and I were waiting for you, we spotted him. And this is his apartment door. Wait.
What for?
Just wanted to try the door. Might have been unlocked, but it's not. Quiet now.
There's nobody inside?
Yes, there is, Heath. I hear somebody moving around. Come on, help me break down this door now.
One more ought to do it, Vance. There you are. Hey, there goes a guy trying to get out the window of the fire escape. Grab him, Vance.
Don't worry, I will. Leave him to me. Get downstairs and help Markham head him off in case I don't get him.
Right? Pretty smart, aren't you? But you haven't got me yet.
Slight difference of opinion, my friend. I'm getting out on that fire escape with you.
Now, that's what you think.
Oh, that won't stop me from getting out there with you.
Okay, smart guy. You're going down the fire escape the hard way over the rail.
No, I'm not. I doubt it.
Help! Help me! I'm falling!
Hey, Vance, is this the killer down here?
Yes, Markham. That was our murderer. right, Markham, I know. You want me to tell you why I was so sure there were two men in the murder car.
On a sunny morning like this, Vance, I'm entitled to be enlightened, don't you think?
I think. Well, Markham, the first reason was this. You and I are driving in your car. The sun is out, and you have the sun shield pulled down.
Of course. It keeps the sun out of my eyes when I'm driving.
Right. Well, the sun shield on my side is pulled down, too. That's because I don't want the sun in my eyes. There were two sun shields on the murder car, both pulled down.
Yeah, that would indicate there was a passenger in the murder car, come to think of it.
Not conclusively, of course. But then there was that cheesecake and a topcoat belonging to the dead driver across the back seat. Why the back seat, Markham?
I don't know.
The natural thing to do with a topcoat if you're alone in a car is to throw it over the seat next to you.
Except if there's somebody sitting in that seat.
Right.
I see now why you knew there were two men in the car, Vance. Wonderful observation.
Thank you. Merely a combination of circumstances that couldn't be explained any other way to my satisfaction. Now, Markham, you know why, in the beginning, I insisted that the dead driver was not necessarily our murderer.
Yes, I do. I know why you insisted in the beginning, and also how you found him at the end of the cheesecake murder case.
Calling all detectives. All kinds of objects can tick, and I once heard a ticking that was the sound of death. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Every private detective knows what I, Jerry Browning, tell you, that there's a time for everything, even murder. It was about 1 in the morning. I'd had a hard day, gone home early, and was sound asleep when the persistent ringing of my phone yanked me awake.
Mr. Browning, you don't know me, but you've got to help me. My life is in danger. There's someone in my piano factory who...
Hello? Who is this? What's that ticking? I got no answer to my questions, but that strangling noise through the telephone earpiece spoke for itself. It sounded like only one thing: murder. I didn't waste time trying to trace the call. Instead, I dressed and headed for police headquarters. I didn't have to go all the way to headquarters. The fire engines and police cars streaking through the streets toward the Olympus Piano Factory told me which way to head. The piano factory was an inferno of flames. I worked my way through the fire lines, found Police Lieutenant Dawson.
Jerry, what are you doing here?
There's somebody in the factory. He phoned me just a few minutes ago. It was almost an hour before the flames were brought under control. And by then, the piano factory was a mass of debris.
Lieutenant, there's a body over here.
Dawson and I picked our way over the still smoldering timbers.
It's the watchman, Jerry. The poor guy must have suspected something.
Dawson, I can't prove it yet, but I'd stake my life he was dead before the fire started.
Mr. Browning, your suspicions were right. This man had no smoke in his lungs.
He was dead before the fire at the piano factory started. I nodded, turned to Dawson. Have you any dope on how the fire started?
Not too much, Jerry. Place had vats of resin for waxing the piano strings and lacquers for wood finishing. Both are highly inflammable.
Who's in charge of the place, Dawson? Dawson frowned.
Well, it's kind of complicated. Come on into my office, Jerry.
The man waiting in Dawson's office was Raymond Grant.
I hurried down as soon as I heard the radio broadcast about the fire.
Are you the owner, Mr. Grant?
Oh, dear me, no, indeed. The Olympus Piano Company is a corporation with stockholders in all parts of the country. I was formerly executive secretary to Mr. Lawler, chairman of the board.
Yeah? Why did you get fired? Grant blushed.
I'm still with the company, sir. I meant that Mr. Lawler is no longer connected with it. He resigned a few days ago.
Dawson spoke up.
Where's Lawler now? Well, I'm sorry, sir. Oh.
About then, a uniformed man brought in a report from the fire marshal. No trace of arson at the factory had been found yet, but they discovered something else. The company's safe, wide open and empty. Grant's face turned a sick green.
There was $38,000 in that safe. 38 grand. We don't know how the fire started, but at least we know why.
I nodded. Mr. Grant, was the safe manually operated or on a time device?
Manually, Mr. Browning. Why?
Just wondering about that ticking I heard. The police search for Clark Lawler, the piano company's chairman of the board, started that same night. By morning, it was evident that he'd disappeared, walked out of his apartment the night before, and simply vanished.
Lawler's our man, Jerry. Got fired from a soft job, decided to clean out the company. The night watchman must have caught Lawler at the safe, so Lawler had to kill him.
That makes sense, Dawson. But what was the ticking I heard?
You were half asleep. You probably heard the clock on your own table.
Maybe. Except that there is no clock on my table. Mr. Browning, the Acme Night Patrol Service manufactures most of the clocks night watchmen use on their rounds. Our clocks record as well as tell time. No watchman worth his job would be found dead without an Acme recording clock. You don't say. Well, we found a night watchman without one, and he was dead.
Yes, Mr. Browning, the Western Employment Agency provided the night watchman for the Olympus Piano Factory. He was Angus McDowell, 62, bachelor. I understand he lived at the factory during the day.
You haven't told me anything I don't already know.
Such foolish question. You ask me what ticks, Mr. Browning. Everything ticks. Clocks, watches, gears, motors, steam pipes, keys, radios, teeth, metronomes, water faucets, firecrackers, and the braze rattling a window shutter. In my opinion, Mr. Browning, the entire universe ticks.
Thanks, Mr. Vanderwaag. You told me exactly what I need to know. I listened to the sound in a music shop, and that was it. A metronome, a small, precise time interval measuring instrument that most pianists use. That afternoon, I poked around in the ruins of Lawler's office at the burned factory, found bits of just such an instrument. Okay, so now I knew what had caused the ticking, and it wasn't the spinning of the universe. When Raymond Grant walked into Dawson's office, he acted like a bored, busy man.
You gentlemen wish to see me?
Yeah. Mr. Grant, we haven't located Mr. Lawler yet. In fact, we don't have much hope of locating him alive. But we have found the night watchman, Angus McDowell. He's in the next room. Let's go talk to him. Grant did a foolish thing. He tried to run and ran square into a husky cop guarding the door. We didn't need to produce the night watchman to make Grant confess. And a good thing, too, since we didn't have the watchman then. Grant confessed that he'd got rid of the watchman the day of the fire by getting him a job in Savannah, Georgia, at a friend's factory down there. Then Grant lured Lawler to the factory. Lawler got suspicious, called me, but too late. Grant killed him, dressed the body in the night watchman's old clothes, set the fire that reached the chemical vats, and set off the explosion. Well, we got the night watchman back to testify once we found out where he was, and that's all there was to it. I'd always suspected Grant, because I remembered Lawler's words just as clearly as the ticking. he'd said, my piano factory. And he said it like a man who really thought it was his factory. Like I said, there's a time for everything, including the moment when a killer gets his first and last look at the chair.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
We delay the start of our scheduled program. We have delayed the start of our scheduled program to bring you a bulletin from CBS News. 2 helicopters carrying the United Nations ceasefire team left Kaesong shortly before 9 o'clock Sunday morning Korean time. Communist officers are already in Kaesong to participate in the preliminary ceasefire talks. This bulletin has come to you from CBS News. We now resume our scheduled program.
Most Saturdays at this time, we spend an exciting half hour of adventure and action with America's public hero #1, Hopalong Cassidy. Well, even two-fisted cowboys take summer vacations when they can, and Hoppy is no exception. Hopalong and Topper will be back with us riding the CBS air trails again 11 weeks from tonight, September 22nd.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, A Seaside Sabbatical.
Wire in my hand said it all. Need your help, urgent. Meet me at 8:30 tonight, Ship's Galley Cafe, Long Beach. Signed, Dale Higgins. The time and the place were known factors. The need for help, the urgency, and most of all, Dale Higgins were unknown. And my hazy recollection of algebra told me that 3 unknowns are mathematically impossible to find. Call it a challenge. Call it money. Call it a chance for a shore dinner. Call it anything you like. But 8:15 found me pulling into a parking lot on Ocean Boulevard, not far from the amusement pier.
Just leave it there. I'll be right with you.
Oh, hello, Mr. Marlowe.
Hiya, Red. How's it going?
Oh, great, thanks. What brings you to the capital of Iowa?
Corn. My aim's getting bad, Red. I thought I'd come down to the Pike and try for my limit at a shooting gallery.
Gee, really?
Yeah. Greatest practice in the world. Is it still 35 cents and no questions asked?
Huh? Oh, to park the car. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, kid. Keep it.
Oh, thanks. Hey, mind if I recommend the Quick Quack?
How's that again?
Used to be the Dead Duck. Best shooting gallery on the Pike for my dough.
Oh, that Quick Quack. Oh, sure. Anybody be a fool to go anywhere else.
Yeah.
Huh?
My sentiments exactly.
See you, Red.
You bet, Mr. Marlowe.
Red's a nice kid. His name was a natural. He was blonde. I bobbed along Ocean Boulevard in a direction that instinct and a blaring blue neon sign indicated would lead me on course to the Ship's Galley. The night was muggy and close. You wore it like an extra coat. And the ocean breeze I'd anticipated had retired in favor of alternate waves of fog that rolled in, engulfed you for a moment, and as suddenly rolled out again. I was very nearly on time for my 8:30 appointment with Dale Higgins as I turned blue beneath the Ship's Galley neon and stepped inside to be greeted by tight little groups of faces that opened and closed to admit food, drink, and talk, all indigo. The door behind me closed on 2 thoughts. My dreams of a shore dinner were blasted, and the Ship's Galley emerged as the last place in the world for anyone in need of urgent help to discuss his problems. But then, I didn't know Dale Higgins.
Are you Philip Marlowe by any chance?
That's right.
Yes, it looked like you were looking for someone. I'm Higgins.
Oh, how are you, Higgins? Do we talk here?
Probably not very well.
Oh.
Walk along the beach?
Oh, fine. Now, say, Higgins, did you ever wonder why people pack into hot little rooms on a night like this?
Oh, you mean the Ship's Galley?
Yeah.
Well, philosophy is not my business, Marlowe.
What is?
Well, I don't quite know how to tell you, I guess.
Well, your wire said urgent. That's good enough for openers.
Yes, well, the truth is, I was a little quick sending that wire.
No?
Pretty upset about a situation at the time, but things have resolved themselves now, and I won't require any help.
Uh-huh. Well, you ought to know.
I expect to pay you, of course, the trip down and your customary fee.
That'll be $25 a day in expenses. 7 cents a mile for 23 miles, and, 35 cents for parking my car.
7 times 23, $1.60, 61, $35.
$1.96. $26.96 altogether.
Is cash all right, I suppose?
Always has been.
Marlowe, I am sorry about this. I didn't set out to bring you on a wild goose chase, but yes, looks like I've got the right amount.
Thanks. Don't worry about it, Higgins. Anybody can change his mind.
Yes, I guess that's right. Well, thanks for your trouble.
Not at all. Yeah, well. I turned in the direction of her voice, but the fog has a cute way of diffusing sound as well as sight. And I realized I wasn't closing in on anything, that the fog was circling me and I was circling it. So I stopped and waited. I listened and heard nothing but the sound of the sea and the faint wheezing of the pike calliope. Then suddenly it hit me. Somewhere along the fog-swept beach, a girl had called my name. And nobody knew I was in Long Beach except Red at the parking lot and Dale Higgins. Yeah, the choice was obvious.
Did she find you okay, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, Red, she did. You tell her where I was?
Oh, sure. I told her you and me always did our shooting at the Quick Quack.
Good boy. Now tell me who she is.
Who she is?
Yeah.
You mean you don't know her, Mr. Marlowe?
That's the general idea, Red.
Well, I guess she's my age.
Yes, I know. Who is she?
She's...
Yeah.
She's... You want your car, Mr. Marlowe?
No, Red, not now. I think I left something back at the Quick Quack. Everything that was young and pretty along the pike was hanging onto a sailor's arm. Around Gene Otto's Quick Quack, the nearest thing to youth and beauty were the neatly lined 22s poised across the counter.
Try your luck, mister?
No, thanks.
Just looking, not buying.
Yeah. See, I just lost my girl.
Well, don't blow your brains out here. These guns is for shooting ducks.
I see what you mean. We said we'd meet here if we got separated. Have you seen her by any chance?
She's 7, 8 feet tall, glandular case. 3 stalls down, billed with toothpicks.
Thanks so much.
Still just looking, not buying.
Still just look...
Try it from a distance. It looks even better. Go on, bud. Beat it.
I spotted her. At least I'd spotted a frightened fawn of a thing who caught my eye as if we were the only two on the pike. And there was something about her that made me wish we were. I followed her away from the crowded amusement section up the ramp toward Ocean Boulevard. Suddenly, she broke into a run, darted into an alleyway. I wasn't far behind her.
No one saw you, did they? Follow me?
Like who?
He might have. And there may be others. I don't know.
That makes 2 of us. Now, wait a minute. Let's talk, huh?
I saw you meet him. I thought it was you at the parking lot. I saw you meet him, the ship's galley.
Something like you lost in a mob.
I'll kill you, you know. If you're with them, I'll kill you. I've got to before someone kills me. I don't know about
Now, listen,
you.
baby, I'm with you.
Don't come in here.
All right.
I can't be seen with you. I can't walk out of here with you. He's around somewhere. I know he is. Oh, Mr. Marlowe, you'll help me. You'll have to. There isn't anyone else.
Of course I will.
Well, then look. As soon as you can, get your car. Don't let Val see you now.
Val?
You know Val. Listen, in your car. Meet me at 7th and Anaheim. I'll get there. I'll have to. And then we can talk.
Yeah, but wait a minute.
7th
Hold it.
and Anaheim, Mr. Marlowe. Oh, I'm Dale Higgins.
It was a study in contrast all the way. The din and kaleidoscope of Rainbow Pier against the lonely sound of a foghorn. The gray feel of fog and the dank gray black of the warehouse district at 7th and Anaheim. An urgent wire signed Dale Higgins. Dale Higgins. And a guy who called himself Higgins. Husband? Lover? What? Well, here we go again, Marlowe. I parked the car and waited. The fog hugged the streetlight, but the sign was intermittently visible. I had the right place. I don't know how long it was before I heard the footsteps, but it was long enough for me to stretch my legs out along the car seat, lean my head back against the door, and feel the damp touch of fog sweep against my face from an open window. I remember starting to turn my head toward the direction of the steps and thinking that Dale had made it in good time.
Oh!
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, just as systematic exercise builds a strong body, so does systematic saving build a strong future. Save systematically for your future and for your country's future with United States Defense Bonds. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe in tonight's story, A Seaside Sabbatical.
I could almost hear the chain pulleys clanking the first time I opened my eyes. And it took another game try before the fuzz faded away and the room slowed down to a Lambeth walk. Off somewhere, the faint sound of breakers. And I did the ceiling, the walls, and one corner of an expensively furnished room before I centered on the fuzzy, indeterminate face at my bedside. A kind face, motherly and pleasant. It talked.
I'm Mrs. Higgins.
Oh no.
Yes, I am.
Everybody in Long Beach named Higgins?
You don't really feel a bit well, do you?
No, not really.
We're awfully sorry, Mr. Marlowe. I know when Dale realizes what she's done, she'll be sorry, too.
Yeah, I spoke. Dale bean me? What with, a peer?
She's often violent, I'm afraid. Such a high-strung girl. Gives way so easily, you know.
Yeah.
Imagines all sorts of things and then, well, just gives way.
Yeah.
But I won't worry you with that. Dale's my problem. I won't worry you with anything, Mr. Marlowe. Just you get a night's rest.
I'm a cinch.
We'll pay whatever damages there are, of course. But I won't hear of you leaving now until you're much better.
Oh. Hey. The mother of the Higgins clan had locked the door and walked away. My head felt big and woozy and rammed down into my neck. I was not in the pink. Mother Higgins had ordered a nice rest, and it looked like I'd need it. I don't like strange rooms and locked doors and high-strung girls who give way. I was still trying to get out of bed when another door clicked slowly open on the other side of the room. My little frightened fawn was back, and my head hurt.
I heard Marie with you. That's how I knew you were here. Oh, poor Mr. Marlowe. Did they hurt you?
They sure did.
It wouldn't do, you know, if they found me talking to you. I feel better now that you're here.
I wish I did.
What happened to you, do you know?
I have a rough idea. Say, honey, how much do you weigh?
105 when I left the counter, but that's not important. Listen, I can't stay long.
You know, a romance with you would be rough.
Please, Mr. Marlowe. They're going to kill me. Val and Marie,
All right. Now settle down.
They are, and I don't know why. Maybe if I knew why, I'd understand.
Yeah, but listen, I
didn't even know Val then.
Val?
Val Nichols, a friend of Marie's. She sent him to the boat to meet me. Ever since then, I just know they are going to kill me.
Dale, listen to me. I don't know Val. As a matter of fact, until you told me, I thought his name was Higgins, and I don't know Marie. But what makes you think they're going to kill you?
You met Val last night. The ship's galley. You talked to him. And Marie was just here. Oh, don't try to confuse me. You're all I have.
All right, honey, but tell me, isn't Marie your mother?
My stepmother. Daddy's dead. And when I got off the Orange Coast the other night, whenever it was, there was Val.
The Orange Coast?
That's how I came back. Mr. Marlowe, you're not trying to understand. If you won't help me, then... He's coming. Don't let him...
I hope that you're not bothering Mr. Marlowe, Dale.
No, I'm not. He asked me to come in. He likes me.
Of course he does, dear. We all do.
No.
Feeling better, Mr. Marlowe?
The worst way.
Oh, I'm sorry. Come, Dale. Let's let Mr. Marlowe rest. Oh, you could use a little rest yourself, my dear.
No. He wants me to stay. I'm not bothering.
You're not bothering at all, honey, but maybe it would be better if you come back a little later.
Yes, of course it would, dear. Now, come along now.
I can come back, though, Mr. Marlowe. You promise?
Sure.
Well, if you promise, I know you'll keep it. Never mind, Val. I came in alone, you know. I can find my way out.
She's sweet.
She's sick. Very sick young lady, Marlowe. Troubled, confused.
She's got nothing on me. Now, look, what is this all about? I don't know what day it is, what I'm doing here, who you are, anything.
Well, it should all have ended with our meeting at the ship's galley last evening, Marlowe.
You're not clearing anything up for me, you know.
You've seen her, talked to her. You must realize that she imagines things. Right now, she imagines that she's been away from here a long time, that she came back a few days ago upon a ship, that her mother and I want to kill her.
She did send me the wire.
Oh, yes. Well, we had no idea one of her spells was coming on. We left her for a short time yesterday. The switchboard has its instructions, of course, and they reported it to Mrs. Higgins on your return. So we thought it best if I met you and...
Called me out.
It's not in your line, Marlowe.
You're right. I'm going to keep it that way, too.
Mrs. Higgins realizes that she's going to have to do something about Dale. Institution, perhaps. Some long-range treatment, at any rate. Dale was in no condition to be running around last night playing mysteries, taking up your time.
Whoever hit me in the head last night was in pretty good condition.
Well, if I had gotten there 2 minutes sooner, I could have spared you all that.
You were following her?
No. I was coming back from my boat. I had gone down to the harbor after I left you.
Oh.
It's on the way back. I just happened to see Dale, and knowing the state she was in, I followed her, of course.
I see. She doesn't know she hit me, does she?
I don't believe that she has the slightest idea what happened.
Things started swimming again. Val Nichols became part of the draperies. I was trying to think, but it hurt. Everything hurt. The next time I tried, I was more successful. The sunlight was streaming in the room. The clock on the night table, visible for the first time, said it was almost noon. So I got up. It was still pretty fuzzy on the edges, but I found my clothes hung neatly in the closet. Managed to get them on in the right order and made it to the door that had been locked before, but it wasn't this time.
Mr. Marlowe, you shouldn't be up.
Well, I'm always flying in the face of great odds, Mrs. Higgins. Bill's character.
Even so, you should stay in bed a while.
Oh, really, I'm fine, thanks.
But you're not leaving. I won't think of it. You'll lunch with us at least.
No, really. I've got to go, but I'd like to see Dale first. I sort of promised her I would.
Oh, my. She's sleeping, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh?
We gave her sedative. Doctor's orders, of course. She's had such a trying time, you
know.
I
wouldn't want to disturb her, no. But maybe I can call later.
Oh, that would be so thoughtful of you. I know she'll be disappointed at not seeing you, but Oh, Val,
Up and about so soon, Marlowe?
Yes.
Was she sleeping, isn't she, Val? The sedative and all. I mean, I was just telling Mr.
Oh,
Marlowe
yes. She's resting very well, Marie. Now, don't fret about her. Well, I'll take you to your car, Marlowe.
Oh, yes. Well, Mrs. Higgins, it's been...
It's been downright dreadful, and I know it, Mr. Marlowe. If I can do anything to right this terrible wrong, please let me know.
Well, if I can think of anything, I'll let you know. Goodbye, Mrs. Higgins. Tell Dale goodbye for me, will you?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course I will. Well, it looks like another lovely day, doesn't it?
I followed Val Nichols' lead to an elevator, and for the first time discovered that I was in an apartment hotel on a different stretch of Ocean Boulevard than the one I'd grown to loathe the night before. Val filled in a few last details as he walked me to my car in the underground garage. Seems he'd driven Dale and me to the apartment from 7th and Anaheim in my car and sent a lackey back for his. It fit. We shook hands, and that hurt my head, too. I drove off. Somewhere in the harbor district, the need for coffee and a few lungful of ocean air forced my hand. I parked the car and found both in a ship-shaped spot with a clear view of the docks. The first cup cleared my head, and the second one down near cleared the counter.
Hey, watch it.
I am. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It'll wipe up. How about you? Get any on you?
No, I don't think so. You know anything about ship schedules?
Like what?
Like that first one out there at anchor.
The Orange Coast?
Yeah.
Well, seems to me she landed 3 or 4 nights ago. Don't know how long she'll be tied up. She's a fruit boat, though. Their office is just a block from here.
Oh?
More than likely, they're booked solid, but if you want to check...
Yes,
Yes, Mr. Marlowe. There was a passenger Higgins on the Orange Coast when it docked Tuesday. Miss Higgins it was. Miss Dale Higgins, according to our records.
Any record of where she boarded the boat?
Let's see now. Oh, yes, at Macapa.
Macapa?
Brazil.
Macapa, Brazil. Was she traveling alone by any chance?
I really don't know. There's nothing here to...
Any other Higginses aboard?
No.
How about a passenger named Nichols? Any chance of that?
No Nichols either.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks very much. It was my turn to send a wire, only it was a cable this time. And it was going to be a while between answers, so I checked into a nice, clean, inconspicuous hotel. Had some food and a half bottle of aspirin and placed 2 phone calls. Dale Higgins was still resting comfortably, according to her stepmother. But Muff Benjamin was still willing to do anything for $1. He was there in no time.
I heard you were here, Ma. Something big.
Could be. You tell me you're the guy who hears things.
About you being here?
Mm-hmm.
No, you know how it goes. People see people tell people. It's nothing.
Yeah, I know. It happens all the time. Now, look, Muff, I got to know things quick.
Well,
For money.
Who and what?
All right. I get this. The name is Higgins. A man old enough to have an 18-year-old daughter. I don't know his first name. He's dead, I think. But the daughter's name is Dale. You got that? And the wife that's surviving is called Marie. They have an apartment on Ocean Boulevard, the Shore, I think it is.
I got it.
Okay. Now, a guy named Val Nichols, check on him, too. And if Higgins is dead, find out about a will.
I'm ahead of you.
Good. Get back as soon as you can, huh?
You double the dough, I'll double the street.
You're double. Hello.
Mr. Philip Marlowe, please.
Speaking.
I have a reply to your cable to Macapa, Brazil.
Oh, good. Give it to me slow, huh?
Dale Higgins, accompanied to boat by nun.
None?
Order of the Holy Cross has convent near here. Suggest you check there. Signed Emerson Ward, Macapa Fruit Exporting Company.
Did you say Order of the Holy Cross?
That's right. Do you wish to send a reply?
No. Oh, not yet, anyway. Thanks. So you see, Father, if you could help me contact the convent in Brazil, I could find out how long Dale was a student there. That might shed some light on the situation, huh?
I see. I'm not schooled in your ways, Mr. Marlowe. Still, we're both seekers after truth, aren't we? In this case, a very specific truth.
That's right, Father.
I want to help, of course. Your cable said this was a Sisters of the Holy Cross convent?
Yes. If there were any way we could call down there. You see, Father, time's pretty important.
If it's possible, we shall call, my son. Meanwhile, our prayers are with Miss Higgins. Come, Mr. Marlowe.
My prayers were with the phone company, too. And with Muff. And, of course, Dale. Because if her version of things were true, she was in real trouble. Until I knew what it was for, there was very little I could do for her.
Was the information from the sisters helpful, Mr. Marlowe?
Well, they were very cooperative, Father. Dale's been a student there for almost 7 years, winter and summer. Her stepmother visited her every day, but Dale never left the convent until 2 weeks ago. Maybe it all fits, huh?
I'll bless her, my son.
Thank you, Father. And thank the Sisters of the Holy Cross. Muff Benjamin was waiting at my hotel when I got back. It was another study in contrasts. So far, I dealt with a priest, an informer, and a sister superior. And together, we were all coming close to an answer.
His name was Dale Higgins, too, the doll's father. Died 7 years ago. Loaded.
Yeah?
Left his second wife, Marie, a good income. But the big load went to the kid.
All right, what'd you get on Val Nichols?
Oh, he's a bad one.
Yeah?
Specialty is knocking down rich widows. Currently fraternizing with this Marie Higgins thing.
Bless you, Muff.
Huh?
I mean, here's your dough.
You do look so much better than when you left, Mr. Marlowe.
Really? Is Dale still sleeping?
Why, yes.
I think I'll look in on her, huh?
No, I mean, I'd rather you didn't.
Where is she, Mrs. Higgins?
Mr. Marlowe, you have no...
I wonder if she liked it at the convent.
What?
7 years is a long time to be away from home. A lot of things can happen in 7 years, you know, Mrs. Higgins. You can even end up legally dead.
Why, I'm sure I don't have any idea.
Dale's dad must have thought a lot of her. I'll bet she was pretty close to him, too.
She was. Mr. Marlowe, what are you...
You tell me, Mrs. Higgins.
There's nothing to tell.
Dale seems to think there is. Which room is hers?
She isn't here. Oh, Mr. Marlowe, don't ask any more.
Oh, she's with Val, huh?
On his boat. Oh, how did this ever happen? I didn't want it this way. I thought if she could have been declared legally dead, I'd have taken care of her. I mean, kept her there in the convent. No one knew she was there but Val.
Val had to have her really dead. Is that expensive, Mrs. Higgins?
Oh, help her, Mr. Marlowe. He'll do it this time. He'll kill her, I know. Believe me, I don't want that.
How long have they been gone?
Not long. Half an hour, maybe, but no longer. I'll go with you.
Marie really cracked on the way to the harbor. It was going to be a fishing accident in the channel. And Val would get away with it, too, unless we found something that could outpower his 30-footer. It was called the Queen Marie, one guess who had given it to him. I found the boat I needed, all right, but the skipper seemed reluctant to go for it.
Wildest thing I ever heard of.
I tell you, it's a matter of life and death.
The Coast Guard can't go on every...
Look, a month ago we needed you off Balboa when our motor conked out and you came.
But we've received no distress call from the Queen Marie.
What do you think this is I'm giving you?
Please, don't waste time talking.
All right, come on, how about it?
Okay, but if this isn't on the level, you're in some trouble, Marlowe.
By the time we'd cleared the harbor, I knew Val didn't have a chance. Every boat in the area had been alerted. I didn't know about Dale, though. I just hoped the sedative Val had given her was merciful. The Coast Guard took care of Val once we came alongside the Queen Marie. And I took care of Dale. She was in the galley, tied securely. Still dopey, but she came around after a while.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, you...
Take it easy, baby. You're okay.
I was afraid you'd forgotten your promise.
No.
But you didn't, did you?
It was night now, and the lights that stretched out along the shore looked friendly and warm. Friendly and warm. I wonder when people are going to realize that the only happiness there is in the world is what they can give each other. Happiness, that is. Not a stab in the back. But you know, there's one thing about me. Yeah, I have to admit it. I'm an optimistic fella.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Kathleen Height. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, John Daner, Irene Tedrow, and Lee Millar, with Harry Bartell, Barney Phillips, Lou Krugman, Donna Hayner, and Stan Waxman. Gerald Moore may soon be seen in the Santana production, Sirocco. The special music is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen again next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time an old lady got taken for a new kind of ride by a new kind of chauffeur. And I got involved up to a gun in my ribs. All because I decided to spend a quiet day at home.
Don't miss Broadway's My Beat, featuring Detective Danny Clovers, the cop who knows every character, every star, every crook frequenting the Great White Way. It's tomorrow night at the Star's address. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, here Horace Hyde every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
National Broadcasting Company presents Counter Spy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counter Spy. Washington calling David Harding, Counter Spy.
Harding, Counter Spy. Calling Washington.
United States Counter Spy, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These Counter Spy reports to the American people are brought to you each week at this time. Now, the case of the hideous hijacker. Would you care for a drink, Dillon?
Don't mind if I do, Mr. Shelby.
Myra, would you?
Scotch, isn't it, Dillon?
Yes.
Anything for you, Carl?
No, thank you, my dear.
That's a nice view of the ocean you have, Mr. Shelby. There's nothing like a California beach house, I always say.
Oh. Right now, Dillon, I'm only interested in what you have to say about the business at hand.
Yes, I found you a man.
Uh-huh. You're sure that he can handle this sort of thing?
With the greatest of ease and experience.
Here's your drink, Dillon.
Thank you.
Who is this man?
His name is Roxy Madera.
Madera, huh? Roxy Madera.
Sound familiar to you, Mr. Shelby?
Oh, he's the one who was released recently from the federal penitentiary?
He's the one. I was Roxy's attorney before the state relieved me of my practice.
Tell me, Dillon, is this man, this Roxy Madera, willing to take risks?
Risks that could cost lives, including his own.
Listen, a life to Roxy Madera is no more than a grain of sand. Well, Mr. Shelby, what do you say?
I say Roxy Madera is our man. Get him.
Say, Roxy, you still dance as good as ever.
Sure, Billy. I'm a regular ballet star.
I miss you awful, honey.
Yeah?
Yeah, awful. Now it'll be like old times again.
Better. Give me a kiss.
Roxy.
Never mind the kiss. Answer the door.
Oh, Dillon.
Hi. You took your time getting here, Dillon. Sorry, Roxy. Held up in traffic. Okay, let's not waste time. Sit down. Billy, shut that phone off, huh?
Yeah, all right.
And go in the other room and powder your nose or something.
All right.
Okay, Dillon, what have you got? Well, I spoke to that certain party. Just the facts? Yeah, all right. The shipments consist of antibiotics. Anti-what? Certain types of drugs, such as penicillin, sulfur, and aureomycin. So? These drugs are being shipped down the coast regularly by truck to certain warehouses in this area. From there, the drugs are distributed, some of them shipping overseas to military stations. So you want some of the loads hijacked? As many as possible. Who for? Why, I am not free to reveal names. The certain party will pay well for each load. Like what? Oh, 15,000. Uh-huh. And your cut? 5. Kind of greedy, ain't you, Dillon? Oh, no, I don't think it's unfair, Roxy. After all, I went through a lot of trouble. I made the arrangement. Okay, quit bleeding. When's the first job? Tuesday night. Now, what about your crew? I'm a one-man crew. I bring Billy along just for the kicks. Well, that's all right. After we work out the details, I'll leave the rest to you, because I know the job will be done with your usual thoroughness. That's right, Dillon. When Roxy Madera knocks off a hijack, it stays knocked off.
I'll be glad when this haul is over, Vic. I'm pooped.
Me too, Joe. What a way to make the living, huh?
There could be worse ways.
Give me a for instance.
I'm sorry you asked the question. Hey, Vic, up ahead.
There's a car blocking the road.
Guy's waving us down.
With a gun.
Better pull up, Vic.
Okay, you two, come on down.
What is this?
Down.
Hey, look, Mac, you can't pull a thing like that.
Joe!
I can't pull it, huh?
Roxy, why did you do
Because
that?
I felt like it, Billy. Because it's the best way to operate. Any arguments?
No, Roxy. No arguments.
Agent Braden, Los Angeles County Spy Field Office, to David Harding, Headquarters, Washington. A truckload of antibiotics was hijacked last night in this area. Both drivers murdered and bodies left on roadside. Truck missing. No further details. We'll keep you posted.
All right, you two guys. Like I told a friend, when Roxy Madera knocks off a hijack, it stays knocked off.
Agent Braden, Los Angeles, to Harding Headquarters. Report just received that third truckload of antibiotics has been hijacked. Pattern continues same. Both drivers murdered. Standing by for any special orders.
Harding, Headquarters, Washington. To Agent Harry Peters, Philadelphia Field Office.
Peters, go ahead, Mr. Harding.
I'm leaving here immediately by jet. We'll pick you up at the airport there.
What's up, Chief?
We're flying out to Los Angeles. I'll lay out the details for you later.
Give out with the details, would you? You've had me second-guessing my head off.
We're going out to Los Angeles, Peters, to supervise a hijacking investigation.
Hijacking investigation? All the big stuff going on these days, I'd have thought that would be a strictly lower echelon operation.
Not when there's a threat to national security.
Maybe I should keep my big mouth shut and listen. Go ahead, Chief.
Peters, you're familiar with the importance of antibiotic drugs.
I sure am. Penicillin did the job for me when I had that strep throat 2 years ago.
Well, in the past 2 weeks in the Los Angeles area, 3 truckloads of antibiotics were hijacked. In each case, the drivers were murdered.
Nothing to go on yet?
So far, nothing. Those drugs, Peters, were not only to be made available for civilian use, but a great portion was to be shipped to our armed forces overseas. And I don't doubt some of those hijacked drugs will find their way overseas.
I don't follow.
We've been receiving reports from our agents in the Asian sector that American antibiotic drugs have been smuggled behind the Iron Curtain.
Oh? Which means that in case of an emergency, we could be short on such supplies and they could be well stocked.
It could mean that.
We've got a big job in front of us, Chief.
Big is right, Peters. Every minute counts.
For every minute he keeps me waiting, Billy, so help me, Dylan is going to pay.
He'll be here, Roxy.
Give me a cigarette.
Sure. Here.
So light it.
Here. Awful dark here, Roxy.
It's so dark I can't count. Car's coming up the road.
I hope it's Dylan.
It better be.
That you, Roxy?
Yeah, it's me, Roxy.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting. I got caught
in traffic. Yeah, I know. Make with a payoff, Dylan.
With pleasure, my friend. Here you are. For the 3 jobs. It's all there.
Minus the withholding tax.
What? Oh, you mean my little cut?
Don't get cute.
No, I only...
Come on, Roxy. You got the money. Let's get back.
Keep your holder on. I got something to say to the middleman here.
Well, what's on your mind?
You. I don't like a middleman. A middleman's a leech.
Oh, look.
You look, middleman. Now I know who that certain party is on the other end of the deal.
You know?
Carl Shelby. He's the guy who's paying off, right?
How'd you find out?
I trailed you one night to Shelby's beach shack down in Palos Verdes. I'm the kind of a guy who doesn't like to do business with a guy I don't know.
You'd like to meet Shelby, is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, that's all right, Roxy. I'll take you to Shelby.
Now, you will. I'll go there myself. I don't need a middleman to introduce me to Carl Shelby.
All right, Braden. Thanks. Peters.
Yes, Mr. Harding.
Come in here, will you?
What is it, Chief?
Agent Braden just called in. Peters, looks as if we've got our first real break in the case.
They located the trucks?
No. The body of a man named George Dillon was found by the state police a few hours ago in the outskirts of town.
George Dillon. What's his background?
A disbarred lawyer. Now, here's the tie-in Braden came up with. Dillon once represented Roxy Madeira, and according to our records, Madeira was released from prison 6 months ago after serving a term for interstate hijacking.
So you figure that Madeira's in on this case, hmm?
Yes. Braden also found out that Dillon and Madeira were seen together recently.
And Madeira should have some interesting answers to our questions.
Yes, he should. But Braden reports no trace of Madeira.
Oh?
So, Peter,
yes, sir?
I want a pickup bulletin for Madeira sent to all our field officers.
Get right up.
Wait a minute, Peter.
Yeah.
One more thing. Until further notice, I want an armed guard placed on every truck in the Pacific Coast area carrying antibiotics. Maybe playing both ends against the middle will work out for us.
Now, don't tell me, Shelby, you miss your middleman.
Well, not for personal reasons, Roxy. But you've endangered my entire operation by murdering Dillon.
Like those waves out there, it'll blow over.
Maybe you didn't hear me before. The counter spies are looking for you.
Well, let them look. They won't find me here. I don't get in your way, do I, Myra?
Of course not. I find you stimulating company.
See, Shelby? I ain't in anybody's way.
Roxy, I think it would be best for all concerned if you were to take a trip south. Say, to Mexico.
Who asked you to do any thinking for me? If I want to take a powder to Mexi, I will. If I want to stay here, I will. Just don't lay out any cook's tour for me.
I'm going into my office now. There's some business that I have to take care of.
Oh, who's holding you here?
Myra, would you care to go with me?
I've got a terrible headache, Carl. Really.
Very well.
Aspirin's good for a headache, Myra.
Really?
Yeah. But I got something even better. Come here. See what I mean?
You don't waste time, do you?
Do you?
What do you think? I'd like a drink.
Some?
No ice in the bucket. You'll find some in the kitchen.
I'm used to Billy getting the ice.
Well, now you'll have to get used to my ways.
Okay.
Yes?
I want to see Roxy.
Oh. Billy, I believe is your name.
That's my name, Slinky.
Well, I won't ask you in. You already are.
Where's Roxy? Don't lie. And why didn't he call me in 3 days?
Why don't you ask him?
I'll make this easy for you to understand. Simple.
I'm sure anything you have to say will be simple.
Stay away from Roxy.
And if I don't?
I'll beat you up so hard you'll look like cake batter.
Well, you make your point rather colorfully.
Yes, well, don't make me prove it.
It seems to me that Roxy's become bored with you of his own free will. And to know you is to understand why.
Why, you... I'll give you something to understand.
Well, it'll take more than you.
Ow, my hair!
What? Won't solve that.
Come on, break it up.
I'll kill her, so help us.
Break it up, I said. There's feathers all over the
Let me go, Roxy, let me go.
Sit down, Billy. Stay there if you don't want me to bust you in the face. Sorry, Myra. This one's got no manners.
Roxy, you're a rat, a no-good two-timing rat.
See, no manners. She doesn't even know how to talk in front of a lady. I told you to stay in that chair.
You don't have to worry. I'm not going to touch your lady. I had an idea why you didn't call. I had the right idea. You got to be sorry, Roxy. Real sorry.
I'll have that drink now, Roxy.
soon as I get back.
Where are you going?
There's no telling what a jealous dame will do. I didn't like the way she said I was going to be sorry. I didn't like it at all.
May I help you?
Operator, get me the counter-spy field office in Los Angeles.
Counter-spy field office in Los Angeles. One moment, please.
Roxy!
You are listening to the case of the hideous hijacker on Counter Spy. There's top listening every Sunday evening with the Chimes. Tonight, The Big Show brings you another great array of stars. Tallulah Bankhead, Ed Wynn, Fred Allen, Ed Gardner, Jack Carson, and a host of others. Also this evening, Theatre Guild on the Air presents another outstanding story. It's Theatre by Somerset Maugham, and starring will be Gloria Swanson and Melvin Douglas. Now, back to Counter Spy.
Harding, Control Car S1 to Field Office, Los Angeles.
Agent Braden, Los Angeles Field Office.
Braden, what about the report on those bullets?
Just checked with ballistics, sir. They'll have it any second. Anything turn up at your end?
Well, Peters is still in the tavern inquiring. Call me as soon as you have that report.
Will do.
How'd you make out, Peters?
Batting average 1,000.
Yeah?
3 out of 3 people in that tavern identified Billy Horton as Roxy Madera's girlfriend.
All right, Johnson, back to the field office.
Too bad Billy didn't live to finish that phone call to us. Any reports come in while you were waiting for me?
Well, I've been in touch with Braden. The lab check made on dust particles in Billy Horton's clothes indicate a corrosive action of sea air for a period of weeks.
That means she's been around the Bay Area for some time up to her death. And it also pins down the whereabouts of Roxy Madera.
Providing they hadn't split up.
Braden to Harding. Braden to Harding.
Harding, go ahead, Braden.
Ballistics just finished the report, Chief. The bullets which killed Billy Horton were fired from the same gun that murdered George Dillon.
Chief, that's proof enough that Roxy and Billy hadn't split up.
Braden.
Yes, sir?
Send out a special alert. Have all our patrols in this area concentrate the search for Roxy Madera in the Bay and Beach territory. I want Madera brought in, preferably more alive than dead.
And now, Roxy, we've reached the point where you're no longer visiting. You've simply moved in.
You wouldn't want me picked up, would you, Shelby?
Well, you'd be much safer in Mexico. I've offered to finance the trip.
But, Carl, it's not like you to be this inhospitable.
Inhospitable. Myra, do you realize that he intends to remain with us from now on?
And now you're losing your poise.
In a minute, he's going to lose some of his teeth. Shelby, I'm staying here just as long as I want to stay, so get used to it.
Do you, Myra, am I to understand this arrangement suits you?
Well, I can't really say it doesn't suit me. Sorry.
You ungrateful little... You animal.
Get up, Shelby. The conversation's over. Get out and take a walk for yourself. The sea air will do you good. Hey, got a message to meet you here, Mr. Shelby.
Get in the car, Sid.
Al said you had a special job you went on.
Very special. You know Roxy Madera?
Yeah, I know Roxy. He the job?
Yes. It's my wish to rid myself of Madera permanently. I'll pay you the usual price, $1,000.
Gee, I don't know, Mr. Shelby. Roxy's an awful tough customer.
Well, very well, then. $1,500.
When?
Tonight. After 10 o'clock.
Where?
You'll find him down at my beach house.
Your beach house tonight after 10?
Yeah. I'll be waiting at my office in the cannery. As soon as you're finished, come there and I'll pay you. And the quicker the better.
I'll make Roxy Madera a real quick job for you, Mr. Shelby. I'll be back for the payoff at 11.
What time is it, Myra?
2 minutes to 11, Carl. Now, why do you keep asking the time?
You'll find that out in a moment.
Now, why'd you call me to come here to your office at this time of the night?
You'll find that out in a moment, too.
You're acting very peculiar.
Am I? As you know, since Roxy Madeira intruded upon my hospitality, I haven't been myself. And neither have you.
Are we going into that again?
Oh, you needn't be so annoyed, my dear. I shan't bother to talk to you about Roxy again. The problem has already been solved.
What do you mean?
The answer to that question is at the door.
Hmm?
Come in, Sid.
Sid couldn't make it, Shelby.
Roxy, what are you doing here?
Tell her, Shelby. Shelby's got his tongue tied on account of he thinks he's seeing a ghost. He had me fingered for a knockoff.
What?
Your boy Sid is in the cellar of your house, Shelby, with a head full of holes.
Roxy,
Shut up. Figured you'd try a stunt like that. It was all ready and waiting with his gun.
No, Roxy. No, please, wait.
Shelby, on the way up here, I was thinking what I should do about you. I could knock you off, but that'd be too easy for you. One slug and it's all over. So I figured I'd give it to you the hard way. Come on, Myra, baby, let's go. See what I mean, Shelby?
I got the message you wanted to see me here in the lab, Mr. Harding. Something special up?
Yes, very. One of our agents in Hong Kong came into possession of a parcel of American-made Oreomycin. It was scheduled for transshipment to Manchuria.
Oh?
There's the package on the lab table. It was flown back to us by special plane.
And a lab test proves what?
Well, see for yourself, Peter. First, look into this spectroscope here.
Metallic presence.
Specifically, zinc. That zinc was clinging almost imperceptibly to the cardboard container.
And the drug container was smuggled out in the tin, or rather a zinc receptacle.
Yes. Now take a look at this other spectrograph.
I can't make it out. What is it, Chief?
The lab technician tells me it's fish.
Fish?
Yes. And I think it's going to be the means for us to catch our own fish. Put an end to this case. Harding, Control Car S1 to all raid squads. Take your designated positions. We're going in now. Come on, Peter.
Right. A cannery, Chief. I never figured it this way.
We'll go in through this door. Keep me covered.
Right.
There's a light in the office down there. Come on, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Ready?
Whatever you say.
Now.
All right, stand where you are.
Oh, there's no need for surprise, gentlemen. I was half expecting you.
Stand up and get away from that desk.
All right. Anything you say.
Carl Shelby?
Yes, that's my name.
You're under arrest by the United States government for espionage and complicity in murder.
I had nothing to do with the murders.
That remains to be proven.
We know Roxy Madeira is mixed up in this with you. Where is he?
It'll be a pleasure for me to tell you where Roxy is at this moment. Exactly where he is.
I'm afraid, Roxy, you've permanently destroyed Carl Shelby's equilibrium.
I told you to forget about Shelby, didn't I, Myra? Concentrate on me.
It's difficult not to. You know that.
Sure.
But I can't help wondering about Carl. He won't take kindly to orders.
You take orders from me, or he'll take what Dylan and Billy got. Anyway, who needs Shelby now? You got the names of his contacts overseas. I'll deal with them direct.
Roxy. Roxy Madeira, who takes what he wants when he wants it.
What about you?
We're alike, Roxy. We're the people who take.
There's another way?
None. We'll go a long ways together, Roxy, you and I.
That's right, Myra. No stop us.
What could that be? Carl has a key. He never rings.
Answer it, but don't open the door. Go ahead.
Yes, who is it?
Orders, boys.
Count it.
Open
Come out with your hands up.
Roxy, what are we going to do?
Get away from that door. Here's what I'm going to do. Try that for size, coppers.
The house is surrounded, Roxy. You haven't got a chance.
No chance, huh? Come on, Myra.
Where?
We'll make it out the side door and up the stairs to the road.
Oh, no, Roxy, we'll be killed.
Come on, I said.
Roxy, please don't let me go with you.
Like I said, you are my
I
kind.
don't want to die, please, Roxy.
Shut up, shut up.
No.
Go ahead, open the door.
They'll kill me.
Open it.
Drop your gun and come out, Roxy.
Okay, Myra, I'm going out there, but I'm going my way. Come here.
No, what are you
Get
doing?
in front of me. That's the way I'm going out.
Shoot me first.
Cops are too polite to shoot a lady. Open that door.
Please, Roxy.
Open it. I'm coming out, coppers. You shoot and this dame gets it from me. Get going, Myra. Keep moving fast. You can't get away with it, Roxy. You open up and the dame gets it like I said. Keep moving, Myra. Go on over to the stairs. Faster. Up the steps.
I'm behind you, Roxy. Drop your gun.
Out of my way, Myra. I'm making it alone.
Steady, Peters.
I'll get you, coppers. I'll get you all.
Well, Peters, that's the end of our trail and the end of Roxy Madera. Let's go.
Tune in every week, same time, same station, to Counter Spy. Listen next week for the exciting Case of the Prattling Paper.
When enemy agents thought they had silenced one of America's top research men by murder, they didn't know that his research had made paper talk like a black streak. How your counter-spies gave this black streak a voice will be revealed for the first time next week in
The Case of the Prattling Paper on Counter Spy. Tonight's Counter Spy program originated in New York, was directed by Mark B. Loeb, dramatized by Edward J. Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Lionel Rico speaking. Counter Spy is a Phillips H. Lord production. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Later today, the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show brings you another 30 minutes of laughs with Phil and Alice, Frankie, Julius, and the whole cast. Listen later for the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show. And for radio's greatest spectacle, NBC brings you The Big Show with Tallulah, Fred Allen, Ed Wynn, and many, many more. Stay tuned for Tallulah Bankhead and the fabulous Big Show on NBC.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined, as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the reason for the water seeping under that bathroom door, Mr. Nigel?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Carter.
Then we better find out. Great Scott, it looks like the Johnstown flood.
Good heavens. Oh, Nick, look.
Yes. There's a girl in the tub, and she's been weighted down with a suitcase.
And now, the case of the candidate's corpse. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Although it is only 10 o'clock in the morning, Nick Carter has a prospective client in his office. A client whose pompous dignity is a bit startling.
Sir, I am the Honorable Wilton Nigel.
Oh, yes. You're a politician, aren't you, Mr. Nigel?
I, Mr. Carter, am a public servant. Statesman would be an apter term than politician.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Nigel?
Thank you. Mr. Carter, I want you to protect me.
Protect you? From what?
I'm scheduled to be the speaker of the day at a stupendous political rally this afternoon in Springville. That's about 20 miles from here.
Oh, I read about that. It's going to be an all-day celebration. There'll be a carnival and barbecue and fireworks.
Yes, indeed. And my address is to be the feature event of the day. About 50,000 constituents are expected to hear me.
And you want me to protect you from them?
Certainly not. Mr. Carter, there's a plot afoot. The Honorable Leonard Squire, my opponent, is tied up with a gangster element. And they'll stop at nothing to discredit me.
What do they threaten to do?
Oh, they wouldn't dare threaten me. My information comes from a roundabout source.
Information regarding what, Mr. Nigel? You're telling me practically nothing.
All I know is that something's up.
And that's not any more definite.
You'll have to trust my judgment that you're needed, Mr. Carter. And I'll pay you $5,000 to keep me from being discredited at this rally.
No, thank you, Mr. Nigel. If you'd give me the whole story, maybe I could help you. But
then you refuse to take my case?
That's entirely up to you.
I regret your decision. I thought I could count on you to help me. If you change your mind, my office is still open. Good day.
Honestly, of all the pompous old fuddy-duddies.
He's pompous now, Patsy, but it's obvious he expects to be deflated. The man's really frightened about something. I wonder
Why, you don't think anybody tried to hurt him physically, do you?
I don't know. But I can't think of a better spot for skullduggery than one of those old-fashioned political rallies.
Well...
Bands, crowds, excitement, noise. You know, Patsy, just out of curiosity, we're going to Springville.
Nick, is this a political rally or a country fair?
Well, it's supposed to be a political rally.
Oh, look. They even have a sideshow.
Yes, with an Oriental dancer who certainly should draw the crowd, even if the Honorable Mr. Nigel doesn't.
Oh, gee. He must be some politician if he has to resort to shows like this to get folks to listen to him.
Yeah. Hey, come on.
All right,
let's listen to this barker. He's just starting his spiel.
Gather up closer, gentlemen. On the inside of this tent, you will see Rosita, that dainty little Oriental dancer doing a famous landslide dance. It's a sensation, gentlemen. It's daring. It's delightful. Okay, Rosita, go on inside. All right, gentlemen, step right up to the ticket booth. Have your money ready.
All right, I'll take two, please. How much? I'll take one, miss.
Go on, Rosita, hurry up.
No, I ain't going in, Harry. Not till I get the money you owe me.
I ain't got it.
You got more dough in your pocket today than you ever had in your life before.
Now, look,
I'm tired of being a sap. I'm leaving, Harry.
What? Why, I ought to slap you silly. Where do you think you're going?
I'm going to the hotel to see a guy with real money.
You're bluffing.
Yeah? Ask the Honorable Wilton Nigel if I'm bluffing, you cheap chiseler.
But you can't do this to me. What am I going to do?
There's a couple of costumes in my dressing room, wise guy. Do the dance yourself.
Patsy, did you hear what that dancing girl said about Wilton Nigel?
I heard it, but I still don't believe it.
You know, I think I'll go and have a talk with Mr. Nigel myself.
But I thought you weren't going to take his case. Oh, I might have known you couldn't resist.
Uh-huh. Other words, you don't want to come to the hotel with me?
And listen to old Windbag Nigel? I should say not. I'll amuse myself here where there's something interesting going on.
Okay. Where'll I find you when I'm through talking to him?
I'll be somewhere near here. Oh, if you leave Rosita there, give her my regards.
Come on, open up.
Yes?
Is this Mr. Wilton Nigel's suite?
It is, and who may I ask are you?
I'm Nick Carter. I'd like to talk to Mr. Nigel.
So do I, but he isn't here.
You know where he is?
If I knew, I'd be there, too.
Oh? And who, if I may ask, are you?
I'm Mrs. Wilton Nigel. Oh, you just wait till I get my hands on that man.
Is something wrong, Mrs. Nigel?
Wrong? There certainly is. You see, he and I went to a political breakfast and...
Yes, I know. When I was here earlier, the desk clerk told me he was at that breakfast. So I went there to see him, but was told that he'd already left.
He certainly did. When we were about half through, I left the table to make a phone call. And then when I got back, he'd disappeared.
You know where he went?
No, and nobody at the breakfast seemed to know either. So I waited for him. But when he didn't come back, I finally returned here alone.
So, you have no idea where your husband might be now, then?
No, but two different bellboys told me that a woman came up here this morning. A young woman in a scanty Oriental costume, even had a veil over her face.
A woman who had...
How long have you been here?
Only a few minutes. Why?
And how long ago did your husband leave the breakfast?
About an hour ago, more or less. Oh, there he is now.
Oh, hello, Stella, dear. Sergeant Matheson, this is...
Hey, Nick Carter.
Matty.
Hey, what are you doing here? Mr. Nigel told the chief you turned him down.
I did, but... Say, aren't you outside your bailiwick, Matty?
Well, it's my day off, and Mr. Nigel's a personal friend of the chief, and
Sergeant Matheson volunteered to be my guest at this great political rally, Mr. Carter.
Wait a minute, Mr. Nigel. What's that water coming from under your bathroom door?
Water from
Hey,
under
looks like you need a plumber, Mr. Nigel.
Better see what's the matter. Great Scott, it looks like the Johnstown flood.
Oh, good heavens, you forgot to turn off the water after you shaved this morning, Wilson.
I'll turn it off right now.
Stella, that water's coming from the tub, but I didn't take a bath this morning.
Are you sure neither of you saw a girl in this hotel suite this morning?
I'm sure I didn't, but I'm not at all sure what Wilson saw.
Oh, now, Stella.
Hey, what's all this about a girl?
There's one here, all right. In the bottom of the tub. Weighted down with a suitcase.
A girl in my bathtub?
Matty.
Yeah.
You know anybody in the local police force?
Sure I do. Why?
You better give them a ring. Tell them what's happened.
Okay, I will. Look, Nick, what do you figure killed her?
That'll be up to the coroner, but whatever it was, it's obviously murder.
Murder?
Mr. Nigel, will you come here, please?
Well, all right.
Ever see this girl before?
Well, never. Most decidedly not.
Mrs. Nigel.
Oh, dear. I can't. Oh, what a disgraceful costume.
Looks like she was a dancer from that outfit she's got on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll go see the local police chief, Nick.
Oh, but if there's any publicity about this, it can ruin my whole campaign.
Oh, yeah? Well, you got more in the campaign to worry about now. This is murder.
Dear. Oh, Mr. Carter, who on earth could have done a thing like this?
I don't know, Mr. Nigel. Both you and your wife had the opportunity to kill this woman.
That's preposterous.
You think I'd have anything to do with a woman like that?
Why, she's from the carnival, isn't she, Mr. Carter?
She is. And I happen to know she left the carnival grounds close to 2 hours ago. Where were you then?
Why, at the political breakfast, and I haven't been back here since.
And you, Mrs. Nigel, where were you?
I was,
Carter, catch her. She fainted.
I've got her.
Oh, good.
Okay, put her on the Davenport.
I'll give you a hand. Oh, easy now. Now, there.
She'll be all right in a minute. You better get her some water.
Oh, well, of course, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Nigel, would you have any idea why your wife fainted?
Why, no, unless it's the shock of finding a dead body in our bathtub.
It wouldn't have been because she didn't want to tell me where she was, would it?
Oh, ridiculous. She was at the breakfast with me.
She there all the time?
Why,
You may as well tell me, Nigel. I can easily find out from those who were there.
Yes. Well, no, Mr. Carter. Partway through the meal, she excused herself to make a phone call.
How long was she gone?
Well, as a matter of fact, when I left to meet Sergeant Matheson, she still hadn't come back.
I see. Well, Mr. Nigel, as soon as we're sure your wife's all right, you and I are going to see whether we can find out why that girl's body is in your bathtub.
You're going to this carnival sideshow?
I am, Nigel.
But, Carter, I can't be seen in a place like this Palace of Oriental Wonders.
Don't worry. We aren't going in.
Thank heaven.
The man who runs the show can give us the information I want. Oh, pardon me, mister. Did you have a girl named Rosita working for you earlier today?
Did I? Why, I still got a chance. Rosita, the snappiest little Oriental dancer this side of Panama. There'll be a new show in just a few minutes, boys.
Listen, mister.
I had Harry Hall, boys. Outstanding producer, high-class, educational, and refined entertainment.
And you're sure Rosita's still here?
Why, sure, I'm sure. You'll see the little lady in all her glory in just a minute, boys. Give the music the needle, Louie. All right, looky. Men, I'm about to show you the most beautiful bit of feminine polka tune you've ever seen. Rosita, the famous Oriental dancer. Come on out, Rosita.
Why, Mr. Carter, isn't that your...
It's Patsy.
Patsy Bowen may be able to pass as Rosita, the Oriental dancer, to the satisfaction of the public, but not to the satisfaction of Nick Carter. We'll find out the reason for Patsy's masquerade in just a moment. Now back to The Case of the Candidate's Corpse. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. In the dancer's dressing room, Matty, who has rejoined Nick, is eyeing High Hat Harry Hall, owner of the Palace of Oriental Wonders, with plenty of suspicion. Nick is still indignant at having found Patsy in a carnival dance act.
Don't be stuffy, Nick. I was trying to help you.
But, Patsy, I don't see how...
Look, after his dancer left, Mr. Hall was going to close up his show and leave town. And I thought you wouldn't want to let him get away, that's all.
And you did right, Patsy.
Thanks.
Now, Hall, suppose you start talking. Why did Rosita leave your show?
She was just a dame with ideas, I guess.
Yeah, you didn't owe her any money.
Who, me? Owe the help money?
She said you did. And she also said you had more money today for the first time since she'd known you. Where'd you get it?
Oh, listen, smart guy.
No, you listen. The local police have asked me to work with them.
You mean that dame stick the cops on me? Why, I'll slug that...
Oh, no, you won't. Harry, she's dead.
Come again?
I said she's dead. Her body's in the morgue right now.
I don't believe it.
You will. You'll even get a chance to look at it. Meanwhile, I'm going to take a look through Rosita's stuff.
You won't find anything, Sergeant.
No, why not, Patsy?
Well, that's another reason I took Rosita's place. I wanted to see whether there were any letters or anything that involved her with Mr. Nigel.
Well, good for you, Patsy. What did you find?
Nothing. Just extra costumes, makeup, the things you expect to find.
Oh, speaking of costumes, Patsy, you better get into your street clothes. That Oriental costume.
Oh, what's the matter? Don't you think I look cute in this outfit?
I sure do, baby.
As a matter of fact, Patsy, it doesn't look well on you at all.
Well, I like that. Why not?
Because the suntan pattern on your back doesn't match the lines of the costume.
Oh.
The Oriental costume is cut very differently from your bathing suit, around the shoulders.
Say, I guess you're right.
I noticed the same thing on another girl just a short time ago.
Look, Hall, what's this Rosita's home address?
Well, you got me there, Sarge.
Oh, come now, Hall. She worked for you. Didn't she have any references?
On a show like this, you don't ask for references. You take whoever you can get.
Matty?
Yeah, Nick.
I think we'll give Hall a chance to spend some time with Mr. and Mrs. Nigel.
What do you mean?
I mean he's going back to the hotel and stay with them while you and I go to the city.
Oh, for the love of Pete, Nick.
Yes, there are labels in the girls' costumes, and the costumer may have a record of the sales.
Of course. A good idea, Patsy. We can start our search there.
Yeah, but look, what if Hall here tries to take a powder while we're gone?
Have one of the local policemen keep an eye on him, Matty, and see that he doesn't get away. Patsy.
Yes, Nick?
For the last time, will you get out of that costume and into some decent clothes? You've got work to do.
A lot of good it'll do us to make this trip, Nick.
Well, we already got Rosita's address from the costumer, didn't we?
Yeah, we already know her address, the morgue.
Yeah? The costumes were sold to a dance team called the Casal Sisters.
Yeah. We'll find the address, and it'll be a theatrical boarding house where they won't even remember Rosita.
Oh, yeah? This is the place right here.
Huh?
And it doesn't look like any cheap theatrical boarding house to me.
No. Hey, you're right. This is a pretty fair-looking apartment building at that rate.
Now, let's see. Hey, we're in luck.
Oh, yeah?
Here's the nameplate, see?
Oh.
Roxanne Cassell, apartment 1C.
Yeah. Okay, press the buzzer.
More luck, Matty. Somebody's home.
Good.
You looking for me?
You Roxanne Cassell?
Sure. What of it? Got something on you to say?
Hey, just a minute. Your voice. Hey, you're Rosita Cassell.
You're wrong there, mister. I'm Roxanne. What's up?
Was Rosita your sister?
No, we just worked together as a dance team. Then we had a fight and split up.
Yeah?
Last I heard, she was dancing in a cheap little carny show. Well, what's she done now?
She's been murdered.
Murdered?
Sure.
Was it a man who killed her?
What? Why do you ask that?
Well, she was running around with a guy before she left town. A big shot. He got sore at her and she was afraid of him. Scared half to death.
You know the man's name?
It was a kind of funny name, something like Milton or Wilton.
Was it Wilton Nigel?
That's it. I always wondered what a guy with a name like that would look like.
Well, you're going to find out, Miss Cassell. And fast. Patsy, I thought I told you nobody was to leave this hotel room. Where are Mrs. Nigel and Mr. Hall?
They're with the local police, Nick.
How come?
Well, they wanted Hall to identify the body, and they wanted to question Mrs. Nigel about leaving that political breakfast before it was over.
Sergeant Matheson, are the police questioning Stella because they think that she...
Look, Mr. Nigel, this is a murder case. They'll be questioning you, too, when they hear what this young lady here has to say.
What? I don't know her. Do I, miss?
No, but you knew Rosita all right. And knowing you didn't do her no good either.
I think that's preposterous. They brought you all the way out from the city just to accuse me of murder?
Nobody's accused you of murder, Nigel.
All I know is what Rosita said about a guy named Nigel.
Oh, please, if Stella should come back and hear... Oh, Stella, dear, you... Why, what's happened to your hat?
What's happened to my hat, indeed? What's happened to me?
Mrs. Nigel, where's Hall?
Oh, where is he?
When we got out of the car and from the police station, that man literally threw me against the police and got away.
Got away?
The crazy fool. I only hope the police don't find him.
What? Oh, now see here,
Matty, if they catch up with him, they may shoot to kill. You couldn't blame him either, except that he isn't guilty.
He isn't?
No. And Miss Roxanne Casal is going to help me prove it.
Me? I don't get it.
You will. We're going to open his Palace of Oriental Wonders show with you taking the part of Rosita.
Well, no, I'd be afraid.
You needn't be. Matty and I'll be there. And I have a hunch Hall will show up, too. His curiosity won't let him stay away.
But is he the murderer and thinks I'm trying to trap him when he...
You'll be protected. Patsy, is the costume you wore still in the tent dressing room?
It should be.
Let's go then.
Mr. Carter, you want Stella and me to come, too?
No, it's not necessary.
Now, look, Nick, a guy like Hall won't fall for that stunt. He's been around too much.
Maybe not, Matty, but it's worth a trial.
Now, look, he ain't going to be thinking about the carnival. He'll be trying to get out of town fast.
In his car?
No, the police will be watching that. My hunch is he'll head for the freight yards. And that's where I'm going right now.
But it's so hot in this tent, Wilton.
Stella, dear, we have to stay here. Mr. Carter said so.
And I suppose we have to watch that woman do a dance.
I'm afraid you do, Mrs. Nigel. She should be about ready. Patsy's helping her get into the costume now.
I don't see why anybody would need help to get into a skimpy thing like that.
Oh, Mr. Carter, look. Coming down the aisle. Sergeant Matheson and...
Mr. Hall, oh, wait till I get my hands on that man.
Come on, Hall, come on. Bring him back alive. That's me. Okay, Nick. Now, who was right?
Look, what's the idea? I ain't done nothing.
No? Hall, who paid you to bring your show to Nigel's political rally?
Nobody.
The police are going to search you, Hall. If they find any substantial sum of money, you'll be in a spot.
What do you mean?
I heard your dancing girl say you hadn't been able to pay her, but that you had some money today for the first time in weeks.
Okay, so what if I was paid to bring the show here? I wasn't told to do nothing crooked, just bring in the show and play here at the rally.
Why?
Look, I don't ask questions. If somebody wants to give me $1,000 with no strings tied to
My
it...
opponent was responsible for that. He wanted to make my political rally look cheap and discredit me.
Mr. Dow's all ready, Miss.
Fine, I'll signal you when to start.
Well, what goes on here?
We're going to have a private performance, Hall. All right, sit down, everybody. Go ahead, Patsy.
What about the music?
Look, Hall, now that you're here, suppose you play the organ, just the way you did for Rosita.
Well, why should I? This ain't
Get busy, Hall. Do as Nick says.
Oh, okay.
Pull the curtains, Patsy.
Right. Oh, good heavens. Of all the disgraceful...
Quiet, please, Mrs. Nigel. Wait a minute, Mr. Saul. Stay in the center of the stage. Don't try to talk to Hall. I said don't... What did she say to you, Hall?
I just told him to play a little faster, that's all.
Are you sure you didn't tell him how you murdered the woman we found in the bathtub?
What? Me murder Rosita?
Yes, you.
You're crazy. I wasn't even here. I was in the city.
Oh, no, you weren't. You were right here in town.
What?
Your name may be Roxanne, but you've been working for Hall under the name of Rosita. But it was the real Rosita who was murdered.
You don't know what you're talking about.
How about it, Hall? Is this the girl who worked for you or not?
No, this ain't the one.
I think she is.
And now, look, Nick, if Harry says she ain't the one, how are you going to prove different? Nobody else ever saw that dancer without her veil but him.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Carter. Prove I was the one who was working for Hall.
All right, I will. Your costume's a dead giveaway.
What
The suntan pattern on your back, it fits the cut of your costume perfectly.
Come again?
Standing out in the sun every afternoon doing the ballyhoo on your show, Hall, Roxanne got a tan that fits the lines of the costume she wore. The same costume she's wearing now. But the girl in the bathtub wasn't tanned that way. The pattern of her suntan didn't fit the costume. The dead girl never worked for you, Hall.
Okay, you're right, Carter. No use trying to bluff any longer.
No, you fool. I told you while I was dancing I'd split with you if you'd stick with me. I was giving you a chance to...
You'd have given him the same treatment you gave Rosita the first chance you got.
I've got a treatment for all of you if you try to stop me. A lead treatment. Under this veil that's draped over my right hand, I'm holding a gun aimed at Miss Bowen's back.
Can I let her have it, Nick?
Not if you want Miss Bowen to live. She's going to leave with me. And if any of you try to follow her, she gets shot. So if you want me bad enough to have her killed, come right ahead.
Patsy slowly puts her hands up as the dancing girl reveals a new use for a veil. Nick hesitates as the two climb down off the platform. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of The Case of the Candidate's Corpse. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. With her veil-covered revolver pressed firmly against Patsy's back, the dancing girl moves toward the rear of the tent.
Keep away from me if you want a live secretary, Mr. Carter.
You heard her, so help me.
It's all up to you. If you don't follow me, she'll be all right. Toss me your car keys, Harry.
Now look.
Think about it.
Okay.
Now, lift up the side wall of the tent, Miss Bowen.
Lift up the what?
The tent canvas. Lift it up so we can get under the tent.
Oh, okay.
There.
Higher, you dope.
I can't. That's as high as it goes.
All right, hold it steady while I get under it.
Don't you... Hey, I'm going there. You've got me, have you, you little...
Matty, hold the canvas up off me so I can get a hold of it. Right, Nick. Watch out, Patsy. Don't let it... Okay, I've got it.
Hurry, Mr. Carter, before I kill someone.
All right, Patsy, you can relax. I've got a gun. Yeah, and I got her.
That's what you think, boy.
Oh, no, you won't. Now, shut up and behave yourself. You all right, Patsy?
I guess so. A couple of sore spots, but that's all.
Knocking you over with your foot, but you bent down to get under the tent wall was fast thinking, Patsy. Remind me to tell you later what a smart girl you are.
Why, thanks,
She's not so hot. If I hadn't been off balance, I'd never...
All right, Roxanne. Why did you kill Rosita?
Rosita had it coming to her.
Why?
She had me working in this Connie job under her name. Because she was working a blackmail racket and wanted an alibi if anything went wrong.
And she could claim she was out of town with Hall's show?
Yeah.
Was Rosita planning to blackmail Mr. Nigel?
No. Gang that's trying to keep him from getting elected hired her to come up and sneak in his hotel room while he was out.
Uh-huh.
She's going to put on a big act about how she was his girlfriend and all that stuff.
And when she was through with her act, Nigel would have had to withdraw from the race or face a nasty scandal.
That's it, Mr.
And
Carter.
if anything went wrong, Rosita would have taken your place in the show.
Why, sure. She could have proved she was doing a dance act at the time she was supposed to have been putting on a act with Nigel.
Oh, I get it. Pretty clever.
Clever? Disgraceful, you mean?
But how did you happen to go to the hotel, Roxanne?
I saw a chance to make myself a nice hunk of money. So I decided to sell what I knew to Nigel.
Only when you got to the hotel, you found Rosita was already there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they guessed I was there to double-cross when we got into a fight. I knew I had to get rid of her, so I hit her over the head with a bookend.
And you put her in the bathtub and turned on the water.
Yeah. Then I went back to town to see if I could find where she kept her money. But you got there too soon.
You mean you got there in time to save me from being the victim of a dirty political plot? It almost looks as if I'm a man of destiny.
Save the speech for tonight, Wilson.
Yes, my dear.
One thing, Mr. Nigel. When you came to my office, why wouldn't you tell me where you got the tip that somebody was plotting to ruin your career?
Well, it was an anonymous phone call from a girl.
It was from me, in case I decided to sell out to you.
Then why didn't you tell me that, Mr. Nigel?
And have Stella know a beautiful young girl had been talking to me on the phone? Oh, dear me. I'd rather go through anything than have that happen.
Well, Nick, what about the adventure that new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser will bring us next week?
It's a story about a woman who writes soap operas, Mike, and does a good job of it. Until the murder she writes about actually happens in real life.
And every suspect has a perfect alibi, too. But when the radio actress who plays the part of the murder victim disappears...
Wait a minute. This is getting too complicated.
Not complicated, Mike. Just puzzling. For such a simple murder, it was almost perfect. In fact, it might have been completely perfect if I hadn't bluffed.
Well, it sounds wonderful, Nick. What do you call this adventure?
I call it The Case of the Substitute Slayer.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Matty is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by George B. Anderson. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is Youth Month, and we are happy to join the salute to young America, upon whom our country's future depends. But a salute is not enough. We must see that every American child has the opportunity to become a happy, useful citizen. To do this, we must make our homes our children's homes. We must know their schools, teachers, and playmates. We must provide the kind of recreation that results in physical and mental health. So let's make this month significant by observing its principles the year round, thus assuring our children of an even better America. This is Michael Fitzmaurice saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
And now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Chicago's that big town in Illinois, you know, the one with the king-sized hangover. We're doing a pretty good job of putting the hotels back together and airing out the amphitheater and sweeping up the rubble of the disputed delegations. But don't get any ideas about starting a demonstration. We're still a little edgy. Yes, our town is exhausted, maybe even a little disillusioned. The big story's over, and we're long on heat and humidity and short on tempers. I just walked in off the street, leaving my footprints forever seared in the concrete. The sitting room was a full degree cooler and 20% darker. By the time my eyes adjusted, I could see Gil Lovett, the sports editor, reading the final edition at his desk. No one else was around. It figured it was 6 p.m. The day side of the staff had gone home to a cool drink.
Oh, hi, Randy.
Hi, Gil. How'd the Cubs do?
Split the doubleheader.
The Sox?
Call rain in Boston.
Well, let's go to Boston.
Randy, you didn't happen to read my column today, did you?
You read mine?
No.
Well, it's a standoff. Why? What's with your column?
That's a crazy story I got mixed up in. Wait a minute, I'll read it to you. It's down here at the bottom. Maybe you can figure an angle on it. Beats me. That's funny. The last item of the column, it isn't here.
Well, it's been hot. Maybe you imagine.
No, wait a minute. I saw the proof on it about noon today. It was in then. There's something goofy about it.
Yeah, sounds like. Hi, Dutch. Through for the day, huh?
All through, Mr. Stone. Good night.
Night, Dutch.
Wait a minute, Dutch. You have anything to do with this?
Good night, Mr. Lovett.
No, I said hold it.
Don't bark your orders at me.
Well, I'll bark plenty. You yanked that story out of my column, didn't you? After I saw the proof, you pulled the item out, didn't you?
I told you not to print it, Mr. Lovett.
And I told you it was none of your business. You stick to your composing room job. I handle the sports side.
Then watch how you handle it, what you print.
Well, you crazy old fool, I'll break your neck.
Take it easy, Gil.
Oh, don't frighten me, you brave young man.
Dutch, put down that paperweight.
I'll put it down on his head.
Dutch!
Mr. Stone.
You stay out of this, Randy. I'll handle it.
No, leave him alone. Now, come on, the both of you. Break it up. I don't know what the beef is, but this won't settle it.
What he prints, it is very wrong.
You're cockeyed.
Innocent people can be hurt by it. You will do no good and very much harm.
Okay. You better go on home, Dutch.
I'll go home, Mr. Stone. But you should not interfere. Sometimes it is very dangerous to interfere.
Yeah. Good night, Dutch.
Don't do it again, Mr. Stone.
Well, okay, Gil. What's it all about?
You know, that guy would have killed me. You know that?
He was pretty sore. I've never seen him like that.
Yeah. Devil of it is, I like old Dutch, but he's way off base pulling a story of mine out of my column.
What is this story?
Well, there's this kid, see, and I still don't figure Dutch in it anywhere, but...
Point killer.
Yeah.
Whose phone is it?
It's mine. Wait, will you? I want you in on this. Sports desk, Levin. Oh, yeah, Denny. He's there now? Hello? Yeah, you bet I will. Yeah, thanks. I'll be right over. I'll be doggone.
Well, okay, now, so there's this kid. Now, what about him?
That call. I'll do better than tell you about it. I'll show you about it. Come on.
It was Gil's story. I figured I'd let him tell it his way. But I kept thinking about old Dutch Hilbrand. He'd been a mainstay in the composing room for years, a lovable old guy. What made him heave the paperweight at Gil, and how could an item in a sports column drive him to it? Well, 10 minutes later, we parked the car and entered the swimming stadium where the regional Olympic trials had been held. The stadium itself was empty, and no one was in the pool except the kid in blue trunks up by the diving board. He looked to be maybe 15 years old, and he was going through some limbering up exercises. Gil motioned me into a first-row seat and shoved a stopwatch into my hand.
Here, you'll want this.
Will I?
When that kid down there starts his swim, start your watch. I'll keep one on him, too.
Sure, why not, if it proves something?
It will.
Who tipped you he was here?
Denny Carnes, swimming coach at the stadium. Yeah, kid's about ready now. Watch it.
What, is this the story?
This is part of it.
I don't know much about championship swimming. I didn't have to see that this kid was cutting that water fast with a powerful stroke. I kept my eyes on him, except to notice that Gil watched only the stopwatch he held.
That's it. Clock it. I got 56 seconds flat. How about you, Randy?
56 flat. What distance was that?
100 meters. And that 56 flat is a full second and 4/10 off the 52 Olympic record. Yeah, he's bettered that once, too. He had 54 and a half a few weeks back.
Well, who is the kid? If he's so good, why isn't he in Helsinki?
Well, his name's Pete, but that's fine. No last name. He's never with any kids his age or anyone.
How'd he do in the Olympic trials?
He wouldn't even enter them. He could have beat out the best of them. He was a cinch for the team, but he wouldn't try out.
Well, maybe he doesn't like competition. Maybe he just likes to swim.
No, he's competed in some pickup competitions here. That's how Denny got a line on him in the first place. He showed up for the Olympic trials, too, but all he did was sit there in the stadium and watch. Now, Randy, something else kept him from entering the trials. I'm convinced he wanted a spot on the Olympic team more than anything.
And this is the story you printed, the one Dutch pulled from the column?
Yeah, this is it.
Well, I don't get it. What's Dutch's connection with this Pete kid?
I don't know. He won't talk about the kid even. All he says is that printing the story will hurt innocent people.
Ever asked the kid about Dutch?
No, but I've asked him a lot of other things. He won't talk either.
Well, let's ask him about Dutch. See what happens.
Okay.
He's a good-looking kid.
Yeah, he is. I always had a feeling that he'd like to make friends, too, but something keeps him from it.
Think he'll stop swimming long enough to talk?
I don't plan on it. Hey, Pete.
Hello, Mr. Lovett. Hello.
Hi. I'd like to have you meet a friend of mine, Pete. This is Randy Stone.
Oh.
Hi, Pete. I just watched you swim. You look great.
Oh, thanks. How was the time? Or did you notice?
56 flat.
Huh? Well, that's not bad, I guess.
Nobody at Helsinki touched it.
Well, I'm glad you liked it, Mr. Stone.
Pete, I wonder if you happen to know a friend of mine who works on the Star, Dutch Hilbrand.
Well, I don't know anybody.
Sure you don't know Dutch? He's a fine old guy.
No, I don't know him. Look, leave me alone, will you? Just please leave me alone.
What? Wait a minute. Pete, we want to help you.
Well, you going to leave him alone or swim after him?
The devil with him.
Gil and I headed back to the Star. He was doing a real slow burn act. We were both doing a lot of thinking. I never heard of an American kid, or any other kind of kid for that matter, who'd pass up a chance to go to the Olympics. There has to be a good reason. Whatever the reason was, it had something to do with old Dutch Hilbrand. Why would the old man care? What was it to him?
Randy, I think I'll go up to the office with you and call Farley.
What can Farley do about it?
Well, they can fire him.
Oh, come on, hold on a minute. You don't want to get old Dutch fired. He's a sweet guy. He's an old...
Yeah, sure, he's great, but he can't go pulling stuff out of my column and get by with it, that's all. You let a thing like this get out of hand...
Yeah, I know. Look, Gil, you're right. Old Dutch hasn't any business doing what he did, and it also isn't like him to do it. Dutch is too good a newspaper man to pull a stunt like that unless he was desperate.
Well, what do you want me to do, forget it?
No, of course not, but why don't I go to Dutch? Maybe he'll talk to me.
He told you to stay out of it.
Yeah, I know, but I don't believe him.
Well, suppose he won't talk to you.
Well, you can go to Farley and do whatever you want to do about it. I'll call you at home as soon as I know anything. As far as I knew, Dutch Hilbrand had lived at the same address he'd had ever since he came to the Star. I played poker out there a couple of times when Mama Dutch was living. I didn't see him often now, but I knew what kind of a guy Dutch was. He wasn't a violent guy by nature. And if he risked his job and the chance of ever getting another newspaper job, there was something pretty big behind it. I knocked a long time before anyone answered.
Yes? What is it?
I'm looking for Dutch Hilbrand. Is he home?
Why, who are you, may I ask?
I'm Randy Stone. I'm a friend of his. Who are you?
It isn't important who I am. Dutch is not here.
He isn't, huh? You know, you look a lot like a youngster I saw a while ago. Boy, about 15. His name was Pete.
Dutch is not here. I don't know where he is or when to expect him.
Well, he'll probably come home sometime. I think I'll wait for him if you don't mind.
But he may be quite late. I don't know any reason for you to wait for him.
Well, it's a pretty important reason. It's important to Dutch, or I wouldn't wait.
You say you are a friend of his.
I wouldn't be here if I weren't.
This important reason you have for seeing him, waiting for him, you could tell me this?
I could tell Dutch, that's all.
I see. I don't know.
Let him in, Abby.
Papa?
It's all right, Abby. I'll talk to Mr. Stone.
You are sure, Papa?
Don't worry, Abby. Come in, Mr. Stone.
Thanks, Dutch.
You sit down. Make yourself at home. I'll be with you in a moment.
Sure, swell, Dutch.
Come along, Abby.
Dutch and Abby disappeared through the far door. I looked around Dutch's living room. It was ordinary, neat in the Grand Rapids tradition. The only key to Dutch's character were the books on the shelves, row after row of the great books of the world, and Dutch had read them. I knew that. There were other books there, too, just a few of them that didn't seem to belong. Books on swimming, championship swimming. I reached for the nearest one on training and techniques. As I opened it, something metallic fell to the floor. I reached down and picked it up. It was a gold medal. The inscription on it read, 11th Olympiad, 1936, Berlin, Germany. First place, special sprint swim, women's division.
You have found something interesting, have you, Mr. Stone?
Well, yes, Dutch, I guess I have. I had to turn around to see Dutch. His face was quite intense. He himself was trembling, but the gun he held on me was steady.
I would not like to, Mr. Stone. But if I have to, I will kill you.
We return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Remember a few months back how you used to catch yourself daydreaming about warm, wonderful vacation days ahead? Well, they're here. Yes, it's time to enjoy the outdoors. To lay a tablecloth on a patch of green grass and feast on good foods and good beer, too. Smooth, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon, of course. Here's one beer that's taking to the outdoors this summer. Out to the country. Fishing, beach parties, barbecues. Wherever you enjoy yourself, you'll want to enjoy tall, foaming glasses of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. And say, listen to this hint for your summer fun.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's Pork and Beans, Farmer's Treat,
Borden Cheese,
Ritz Crackers, Swiss Frankfurters, and, of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that food tastes better by far if you serve them with foaming PBR.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother, smoother, smoother flavor. Finer beer that millions favor. Taste that smoother, smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Tomorrow, for sure, pick up several convenient Pabst Blue Ribbon Handy 6 cartons packed with 6 space-saving cans. Or get the money-saving case of 24. Any way you buy it, in bottles or in cans, it's always the same. Smooth, sociable, satisfying Pabst Blue Ribbon. Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a brief pause for station identification.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I've looked down the wrong end of an automatic a few times in my life, but I've never made a complete adjustment to it. Dutch's voice was quiet, but everything choked up behind it in a kind of controlled desperation. At that moment, if I made any kind of a move, I was a cinch for a chest full of lead.
You should not have found the medal, Mr. Stone. You should not have come here in the first place. I warned you not to interfere.
Well, everybody makes mistakes.
Yours is a very serious one. You must see that.
I don't see anything except that automatic in my face. I came here for one reason. To tell you better make your peace with Gil about pulling that story from his column. If he goes to Farley about it, it'll probably cost you your job.
And coming here, Mr. Stone, stumbling into the middle of this, will probably cost you your life.
But why, Dutch? Why do you have to kill me? Why do you want to kill Gil?
It's gone too far. I can't be responsible for what happens now.
Well, Dutch, this is crazy. What's wrong with me knowing about the Olympic medal? Who is this kid, Pete? What's he to you? And what's wrong with Gil printing a story about a kid who refused to try out for the Olympic Games?
Story can do no good. Only a great harm.
Well, you've said that, but that's all you've said.
That's all I have to say, Mr. Stone.
You know, this kind of thing spreads in the newspaper business, Dutch. No other paper would hire you if Farley fires you.
That is also not important, Mr. Stone.
Well, how about me? I'm not important either?
Don't you see? I can't help what happens to you now. I don't want to. I would not have wished it this way. You are a friend. But some things are bigger than friends.
Yes, and sometimes when you're in trouble, friends can help, Dutch.
There is nothing you can do.
Okay, so I can't help you. I can't help, so you've got to kill me? Dutch, it doesn't make sense.
I don't want to kill you, Mr. Stone.
Well, I don't want you to.
But Gil, Mr.
No, let me think a while, Dutch. Let me think. I can't promise anything. Just let me think. Let me talk to him.
Just you. Go now, Mr. Stone. Just go. And forget all you can.
I called Gil and told him to meet me at the store. I couldn't forget much about old Dutch Hilbrand. I didn't know much, but I couldn't forget that something desperate drove him to threaten to kill me. The woman, Abby, and Pete, and the kid who looked like her were still unknown quantities. I told Gil about the Olympic gold medal.
You sure it was the 36 Olympics?
Yeah, it was in Berlin. The medal was for first place in the special sprint swim, women's division.
Well, we can check all that right now. Olympic section. Swimming. Men's division. Women's division. Here it is. Special sprint swim, first place, Abby Hilbrand, Holland.
That's it. Dutch called her Abby. She must be his daughter. He never mentioned having a daughter.
Could be his wife, I guess.
No, I knew her. She's dead.
Okay, so's his daughter. How about Pete, then?
Well, Abby's son, maybe. They look a lot alike. Come on, let's check the morgue. There ought to be something on her if she won an Olympic title.
Well, it's worth a try.
Hilbrand. Here it is. Hilbrand Abbey. Won gold medal in 1936 Olympics in Berlin at the age of 19. Gave up brilliant swimming career to marry Karl Kopek, a Czechoslovakian official at that time attached to the Czech embassy in Amsterdam. June 25th, 1937, gave birth to a son, Peter Kopek. Resides in Prague, Czechoslovakia.
So Pete's his mother's son. No wonder he's a swimming fool. He probably cut his teeth on her Olympic medal.
Karl Kopek. I've heard that name.
Yeah, he's probably in the file, too.
All right, he should be. Let's see. Here he is. Kopek Karl, official in the Ministry of Information, Prague, Czechoslovakia. Winner of Stalin Medal for promoting Soviet friendship throughout Czechoslovakia.
Nice fellow.
Yeah.
So Pete couldn't compete for the American Olympic team because he isn't an American.
I wish there was all there was to that story.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, Dutch didn't threaten to kill me because Pete's just an alien. He's the son of a red official. The good chance is Pete and Abby are in the country illegally. If it isn't that, it's something close to it. Why all the secrecy? Why the panic at being discovered?
Hey, you're right. What do we do now?
Well, let me see. We got a great choice. We can sit on the information if our insides will stand it. So we can call Reynolds at the FBI and let him take it from there.
What about Dutch?
That's the part that hurts. We kicked it around, Gil and I, the pros and the cons, and such facts as we knew against our friendship for Dutch. I guess there aren't any easy decisions in a deal like that. But there is something called duty that's got to go ahead of personal sympathy. Reynolds was a good guy and a smart one. I had to know more than I did. I had to be sure. I called Reynolds.
Sure, we know about her. Abby Hilbrand Kopek. She and her son Peter made an illegal entry into the country several years ago, probably through Mexico. We're not certain on that. She works in bakeries in various places under various names. When we move in, she moves out.
Well, how does she travel?
Last time, she rented a car and abandoned it.
If you caught up with her, have you any beef with her except the illegal entry?
We don't need a lot more than that.
You'll probably deport her, huh? Her and the kid?
Well, that depends. The immigration authorities would have to hear a case. She'd be given a chance to talk. We don't railroad them. Depends on the merit of each individual case.
Yeah. Look, Reynolds, I can give you a line on her, but first I want to fill you in on some things. I filled Reynolds in on the whole story, everything I knew about it, that is. Gil checked out of it and went home. Not long after that, I met Reynolds in front of Dutch's house. I didn't want to be a part of it, and I didn't want not to be.
I've been here a while. There's not a light in the place.
You been up there?
I was waiting for you.
All right, let's try it.
All the shades are drawn.
They could still be here. Dutch! Dutch! It's Randy Stone.
I think they beat it. Even from the outside, you can tell when a house is empty.
I guess you're right. But Dutch doesn't have a car. If they're really running, I doubt they'd trust friends or public transportation. I wonder, you don't suppose she'd try that car rental deal again?
You worked for her last time.
There's a car rental agency a few blocks from here. We can check it.
Okay, let's go.
Reynolds, running away like this doesn't look good for him, does it?
No, Stone, it doesn't look good.
Three of them. An old guy, a younger dame, and a kid. The name they gave me wasn't Hilbrand, though.
Yeah, it wouldn't be.
Oh, here it is. Harris. That's what the old man signed. Talk different, though, you know. Little accent or something.
That's Dutch.
Said his name was Harris.
Yeah. Well, look,
paid the money, though, cash. That's what counts, you know.
Yeah, sure. How long have they been gone?
Well, they left the office maybe 5, maybe 10 minutes ago. The garage is in the back. I can check them. Hasn't been long, though.
That's long enough to get lost, right?
They didn't say where they were going by any chance.
No, just wanted to rent a car for the weekend, they said. We don't give them no third degree like that, you know. They pay money, sign the liability papers, they get the car. That's our business.
Yeah, well, when the car doesn't show up on Monday, that'll be your business, too.
Hey, what's that about?
Oh, it's just a feeling I got. Skip it.
Oh, I was skipping nothing. Let me check back in the garage. Hey, they're still there in the car. Lynn's changing a tire for them.
Let's go, Reynolds. Okay, Dutch. This is it.
Mr. Stone.
This is Mr. Reynolds, Dutch. He's with the FBI.
No. Not now. Not now. Abby, Peter, you must go quickly. You run.
No one's going to run this time, Dutch. Right, Mrs. Kopek?
Oh, he's right, Papa. We don't run this time.
It was a beaten little crew that trooped into Reynolds' office 10 minutes later. A scared kid, a broken old man, and a young woman who'd been running too long, and a reporter who didn't feel much like a hero.
What will happen to my son?
That depends on you, Mrs. Kopek.
I want to tell the truth. I will tell the truth.
That's all I'm looking for. Do you deny that you made an illegal entry into this country?
I do not deny this.
Mm-hmm. You're Carl Kopek's wife, are you not?
I am his wife, yes. You know of Carl?
Well, we know he's a communist official in Czechoslovakia.
Oh, But before that, do you know Karl Kopeck? Because before he became devoted to the cause of Stalin, he was as devoted to the cause of Hitler. If you know these things of Karl, you know more than I knew when I married him. More than I dreamed when our son was born.
But you are his wife. You're still married to him.
Legally, I suppose. When I discovered that I had married a Nazi, I took my son, a baby then, and fled. But each time my Karl and his friends would find me, bring me back, it was not pleasant, the punishment for running away.
So you stayed?
For fear of reprisal against my son, I stayed. Then the war was over, and the fear was gone for a time. But my Karl was not such a dedicated man as he was opportunist. He became a communist.
And you started running again?
Running, walking, crawling. It took time, a very long time. But finally, Peter and I reached America. To identify myself at your ports meant certain recognition. Karl or someone would find us. And I knew, because of Karl, that once your authorities discovered us, we would be deported back to him. Oh, for myself, I am willing to go back.
You want to go back to him?
I said I am willing. Send me back if you will, if you must. But, Peter, will you deport him back to fear and torture, perhaps death? Can he not know your freedoms? Must he be lost?
The American approach is different, thank God. Reynolds could assure Abby of that. Her story and Pete's will be given a fair hearing. And once the immigration people have heard it and investigated, Abby has the right of petition. The decision on Abby and Pete finally rests with our Congress. And if their case has the merit it seems to have, she and Pete can one day become American citizens without fear of reprisal. Pete's young. He may make the Olympic swimming team yet. You know, now that I look back on it, maybe those political conventions of ours weren't so bad after all. At least 150 million Americans get the chance to watch the proceedings and judge for themselves. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Kathleen Height with music by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Bill Conrad, Herb Butterfield, Jeff Silver, Vivi Janis, and Bill Johnstone. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. This Friday, enjoy music by Mantovani on NBC.
Makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. The proof of cigarette mildness is in the smoking. Steady smoking. Make your own 30-day Camel test, the thorough test of mildness. Smoke only Camels for 30 days. Enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor. See how mild Camels are, how well they agree with your throat, pack after pack, week after week. You'll soon see why, after all the mildness tests. Camel is by far America's most popular cigarette. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Diamond Detective Agency.
Well?
Hi, Helen.
Well?
Well, what?
Where's the slogan?
Diamond Detective Agency is enough. This week I've decided to conduct my business on more of a refined level.
Why?
I need the change. I'm getting tired of defending myself.
You haven't defended yourself since kindergarten.
Are you forgetting the other night in your study?
Rick.
Now, don't give me that sweet innocence. I should have been decorated for that campaign.
Weren't you?
Helen.
Now, you hang up, and I'm going to call you right back.
Hang up?
And when you answer, I expect to hear the old Richard Diamond slogan and all.
Yes, Miss Asher.
Bye.
No, women. Slogan. Let's see. Diamond Detective Agency. Gumshoes resold while you wait.
What's the matter with your voice?
This is the old Richard Diamond.
Oh, Rick.
No, make up your mind.
Mr. Diamond?
Hold it, Helen. Something I can do for you?
Me?
No.
Yes, if you're Mr. Diamond.
Client?
I think so, dear. I haven't seen the subpoena yet.
Well, I'll talk to you later. Good luck.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, get it over with. Hire me or serve me.
I beg your pardon.
Just trying to second-guess you. Have a seat.
Thank you. My name is Stevens. Arthur Stevens.
What can I do for you, Mr. Stevens?
A great deal.
I charge a great deal for a great deal.
I'm prepared to pay you handsomely.
How handsomely and for what?
$500 for a quick trip to Florida.
Well, that's easy. Now, what's going to make it tough?
Lucius Timken.
Is that a man?
Yes. He'll try and stop you.
How?
Kill you if necessary.
Well, that statement just cost you another $250.
I anticipated that. $750 then?
What do I have to do?
Pick up something for me.
How old is she?
No, this is an object, a very rare object.
Blonde or brunette?
This is an antique.
You're turning into a good straight man.
It's a rare European art object worth a considerable fortune. Anything else you'd like to know? The $750 should compensate for your inquisitiveness.
Why can't you just go get it?
Lucius Timken. He anticipates my arrival.
Why did you pick me?
Reputation. I've heard I can trust you.
All right, Mr. Stevens. How much of a down payment will keep you trusting me until I get back?
Let's say $250.
Let's say $350, and we can trust each other.
It's a bargain.
Only if I live long enough to spend it. Stevens gave me some instructions, handed me the cash, and I agreed to meet him at my office early in the morning after I had returned with the item. He gave me a round-trip ticket to Miami, Florida, a wet handshake, and a smile that reminded me of a man who'd swallowed a mouthful of sour milk. Now, in my business, I expect trouble. I can usually spot it quicker than a lonesome blonde. And as I watched the door close behind Stevens, I spotted it. Trouble all over the place, and Richard Diamond up to his shoulder holster in it. I called Helen, told her I'd ship her back some oranges, went home and packed, and by 2 p.m. was on the plane heading for Miami. Stevens had instructed me to register at the plaza and wait for a man named Shelton, who was supposed to be my contact and deliver the item. I arrived in Miami, took a cab to the hotel, registered, and went up to my room to take a shower and lose some of the stiffness. A half hour later, I went down to the bar to see if I could get some of the stiffness back.
This seat taken?
Not a bed. Climb up.
Thank you. Nice and cool in here.
Yeah? Can I buy you something to go with it?
Thank you. A martini.
A bartender. A martini for the lady. Do you live here at the hotel?
Yes. Do you?
Just moved in.
My name's Albright. Mary Albright.
Richard Diamond.
Hello.
Hello. Staying in Miami long?
Depends on the weather.
Your martini.
Oh, yes. Cheers.
To the weather. Oh, what kind of weather are we drinking to anyway?
Sun, rain, any kind of weather as long as there's something to do.
Then let's drink to something to do.
What do you do, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, start by asking attractive blondes to call me Rick.
All right, Rick. What do you do?
Oh, make a few bucks. Work when I have to. Enjoy a cool drink in a bar with a girl named Mary.
Marion?
Not a bit. Have you made the trip yet?
Once. Didn't like the weather. Why don't you buy me dinner, Rick?
Oh, sorry you said that.
Another date?
Business. Then I've got to get right back to New York.
Well, was a nice idea.
The nicest. Well, I got to be going.
Nice meeting you, Rick.
Goodbye, Mary.
Rick?
Yeah?
What's the weather like in New York?
Cold when I left. If you ever fly up, give me a call.
I'll do that. Maybe we can melt some snow.
She could have melted an ice floe in the Arctic. I left her sitting at the bar looking lonesome and went back up to my room and enjoyed myself by running into the walls until I got tired and lay down to rest. I must have dozed because when I came out of it and looked at my watch, it was nearly 8. My contact was overdue, so I sat up, smoked a Camel, and by 8 I called the desk. Hello, this is Mr. Diamond. Has anybody been asking for me? Are you sure? Okay. Oh, it's about time.
Close the door.
Hey.
Close it.
Look, friend, you better...
Listen. Go to La Granada.
Look, you're hurt.
La Granada.
Hey. Oh, why does everybody pick my room to die in? He was lying on his back with his eyes open and staring up at the ceiling. I rolled him over and wondered how far he'd travel with a bullet hole in his back. He was heavy-set, wearing a Navy pea jacket and dungarees. The identification in his wallet showed him to be my contact, George Shelton, and his ship was the Rio Queen. I searched him for something that looked like a rare antique, but the sailor was bare, so I sat down and made up my mind. He'd said something before he died. La Granada. I thought about the rest of the money I was going to be out if I didn't bring the antique back to Stevens and called the police. In 10 minutes, Lieutenant Breek of Miami Homicide was looking at my license.
Richard Diamond.
180, licensed in the state of New York, brown hair, and the loveliest blue eyes.
I can read.
Yeah, but that description doesn't do me justice.
You're a pretty fresh guy.
I was influenced by the Florida propaganda.
Well, you're out of your territory. You don't carry any weight down here.
Maybe if I ate a big dinner.
I think you should know I don't like private cops.
I'm glad I have your confidence.
You see he just staggered in here?
That's right.
Ever see him before?
No.
You weren't expecting him?
No.
You called the desk and wanted to know if anybody had asked for you.
I always do that to get lonesome.
What are you doing in Miami?
Spying. I was hired by a California orange grower.
You know something?
Occasionally.
I feel like slapping you around.
Well, don't decide on it. I get nasty.
You're in trouble here.
Oh, call Walt Levinson, 5th Precinct Police, New York. He'll give you references.
I'll do that, but I still want to know why this guy picked your room to die in.
All right, I'll tell you. I flew all the way from New York just to confuse you.
Yeah?
Yeah, I haven't killed a man in a hotel room in years. I'm the compulsive type. I just couldn't help it.
I think I'll lock you up.
Well, do that, and I'll be out in an hour. And I'll sue you for so much false arrest, you'll be pounding a beat so far they'll have to pipe orange juice into you.
Look, there's been a murder.
Well, I didn't do it.
The victim died in your room. You'll have to stick around for questioning.
Then question me.
There's plenty of time. You look like the type that breeds trouble.
Yeah, I took it up after I lost my mink business.
I'm going to let you run around for a while. If you're mixed up in this killing, I'll find out about it.
Let me know when you do.
You'll be the first to hear about it.
I watched while the cleanup boys hauled away my dead contact, then I promised Lieutenant Breek I'd meet him at the Miami Homicide Division at 8 o'clock the next morning. They left, and I waited until I was sure they were clear of the hotel, then went out to find something or someone called La Granada. Out on the street, I decided a cab driver was my best bet. I spotted one about halfway down the block and started for it. I never made it.
Hold it. Right there.
Oh, give me one good reason.
This gun in your back?
I'm glad you said that. I was going to be brave.
Don't. Who'd know you were brave if you're dead?
Oh, what do I have to do to stay alive?
Just be good and get into that car.
Okay. Where are we going?
What difference does it make?
Well, I might like to look at the scenery.
Oh, I hate to disappoint you. See, Mr. Diamond? Doesn't make any difference now, does it?
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here's an important question. Will camels agree with your throat? Here's what noted throat specialists reported in a famous coast-to-coast 30-day camel test. Hundreds of men and women, people in different climates, people with normal throats, smoked only camels for 30 days. The specialists made weekly examinations of their throats, 2,470 examinations in all, and reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking camels. Will camels agree with your throat? Make your own 30-day camel test, the sensible, thorough cigarette test. Enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor for 30 days. See how mild Camels are, pack after pack. How well they agree with your throat, week in and week out. You'll make Camels your steady smoke. For mildness, for flavor, for constant smoking enjoyment.
How mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
He'd sat me behind the ear with the barrel of his big gun, and I went down like a block of cement in a well. I don't know how long I stayed on the floor of the car, but when I finally pulled myself out of it and shook the cotton out of my head, I found I was in a room sitting in a chair, looking up at the biggest stomach I'd ever seen. Suddenly, over the stomach, a large, round, red face appeared. It smiled, and I tried to return the courtesy.
Feeling better, Mr. Diamond?
Well, I haven't felt.
Martin.
Yes, Mr. Timken.
Get Mr. Diamond a drink.
Right away, Mr. Timken.
Now, let me find my head first. I wouldn't know where to pour it.
I don't generally resort to violence.
But this time you made an exception.
It was necessary. I shouldn't want you to find this place again.
I shouldn't want to. What happens when I leave?
That depends on how much you care to tell me while you're here.
There's your drink.
Thanks. What happened to that big gun, Sonny?
Oh, would you like to see it?
Not especially. Oh, how long did it take you to water this thing?
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were a heavy drinker.
Not heavy, just determined.
Enough levities. Let's get down to business, Mr. Diamond.
What kind of business, Mr. Timken?
Do you know who I am?
I was warned.
Then we understand each other. Where is it?
What?
Oh, don't be absurd. The White Cow.
Have you tried the stockyards?
Do you insist in this humor?
Only if it gets a laugh.
Mr. Diamond, I intend having the White Cow.
Why? Has butter gone up again?
I know Mr. Shelton came to your hotel room earlier this evening.
Yeah. He brought a bullet along with him.
We were able to catch him just after he landed, but he eluded us.
And Sonny tried to slow him up with his .45.
Well, shall we say he met with an unfortunate accident? Somewhere between this accident and your hotel room, he deposited the White Cow. Where, Mr. Diamond?
He didn't mention it.
I'll give you $1,000 for the information.
I'd love it, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, come. Martin followed you all the way from New York.
Good for Martin. He should have been a boy ranger.
Look,
Martin, plenty of time for your talents. 2,000, Mr. Diamond.
For 2,000, I'd sell you my grandmother's bridge work, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Well. Martin?
Yes, Mr. Tinker?
Go turn on the radio. Get some music.
Yes, Mr. Tinker.
Oh, I really don't feel like dancing. I'm still a little dizzy.
3,000. Last offer.
Charming, but I'm at a loss.
Indeed you are. Martin.
Yes, sir.
Sonny gonna get rough?
Where is the White Cow?
Sorry.
Change his mind, Martin.
Certainly.
Now, look,
The white cow, Mr. Diamond.
I tell you, I don't know
The white cow, Mr. Diamond.
I don't know.
Or is it, funny man?
You can go to...
Where?
No.
Where?
Really, Mr. Diamond, is it worth it?
No. I wish you thought so.
Just tell me where it is.
I don't know.
All right, Martin.
Oh, look.
Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe Shelton didn't tell him where he put it.
Then he's of no use to us. But then again, maybe Mr. Shelton did tell him. Mr. Diamond. He's an obstinate young man.
Oh, I'll change that.
No, you might kill him. If he does know, he can still lead us. Put him to sleep and deposit him in some alley.
Yes, sir.
It was like taking a ride on a loose rocket. There was a burst of fireworks, and everything seemed to drop out from under me. This time I went up, turning round and round and trying to hang on. Then the lights were gone, and I was sailing through the darkness, wishing I was someone else. Finally, the rocket slowed down and started to fall, and I slipped and went off on my own. Just a poor, tired, beaten-up little private detective looking for someplace to land. When I came out of it, I found myself sitting in an alley. I thought about all my aches and the money Temkin had offered me. I pulled myself up and thought about the miserable $7.50 I was getting from Stevens. Then I staggered out in the street and thought about going to some quiet rest home and turning myself in for an idiot. I spotted a cab and hailed it. Take me to the... Oh, good evening, Miss Albright. You don't have an old quart of plasma on you, do you?
What in the world happened?
Oh, nothing in the world. I was jumped by 3 saucers.
Let me help you in.
I'm afraid you'll have to.
I was just on my way to the hotel. Go ahead, driver.
Oh, convenient.
I had the driver pull over when I saw you. What in heaven's name happened?
Oh, I was just washing dishes. Honest I was. It's those new garbage disposals.
Well, if you don't want to tell me.
Let's take the swelling out of my head first.
I'll get you right up to your room.
No. Let's use your room. I don't want to explain this to Lieutenant Brake.
Lieutenant Brake?
Narrow-minded cop. Would never believe the story about the disposal.
Put your head on my shoulder.
Which one?
This one.
I mean, which head?
This'll sting a little.
Put it on the numb spots,
I'm sorry.
Well, I'll be right home, Mom.
Oh, you're not hurt that bad, Rick.
Would you be satisfied with, shall we say, a corpse?
You're going to be all right.
Yeah, but I'm going to need nursing.
I'd love it.
Exactly the way I feel.
Going to tell me about it?
I can't.
Secret?
Mm-hmm.
Just what kind of work do you do?
Whatever it is, I'm underpaid.
You must make a lot of enemies.
I try.
Thought you were going back to New York tonight.
I nearly did. In a crate. Hey,
what's the matter?
Have you ever heard of, La Granada?
La Granada? In New York?
No, here in Miami, I think.
No. What is it?
I don't know, but I've got to find it.
You asked anyone?
I've been too occupied.
How about the phone book?
Now, isn't that just like a woman? Always being practical?
Oh, it's just a suggestion.
One that might make me look even more stupid than I am. Have you got a book?
I'll get it. Granada. La Granada. There are 2 of them.
What are they?
Restaurant on Opal and a hardware shop on James.
Well, it's 11:30. I'll try the restaurant first.
Here I go.
Sorry, no. You've got to stick around with the iodine. I might be back for a nightcap. The two Granadas in the phone book didn't seem like a place the dear Mr. Shelton would leave an antique, but I went up to my room, put on a clean shirt, and went downstairs to grab a cab. As I started to crawl in, a large arm shoved its way in front of me. Lieutenant Breek was on the other end.
You've been busy.
Idle hands, you know the old saying, Lieutenant.
Where to now?
To blow up the city hall. Want to come along and hold the bomb?
Look, Diamond, I'm keeping score. I've been checking on the guy who died in your room. He got off the Rio Queen all right, but not when it docked. Some guy named Sampson picked him up in a small boat about 5 miles out.
Evidently he didn't like customs.
Evidently. It's an old habit of his, I found out. 2 previous arrests for smuggling.
What does Sampson have to say about it?
Nothing. He's too dead to say anything.
Uh-huh. Well, it's nice talking to you informally like this, Lieutenant. Now give me a parking ticket or let me get in a cab.
Got a date?
Yeah.
You ought to check up on the people you've been keeping company with. Another beating like that, and we'll have to put you in brine.
Yeah, think how horrible I'd look. Then you could tell everybody I was your twin. I got out of the cab a half block from the La Granada restaurant and did everything but walk backwards to look like I wasn't going there. I looked the place over and went in. It was just closing, and a little balding man with an accent walked over to me.
I'm sorry, but the kitchen is closed, senor.
That's all right. I'm looking for the White Cow.
Perdone?
The White Cow.
I don't believe...
A man named Shelton left it here for me.
Shelton, White Cow?
Shelton's a seaman off the Rio Queen.
The Rio Queen?
Yeah, he told me he left the White Cow here.
Well, senor, you can look around, but you can bet me we got no White Cow.
It's an antique.
Okay. What?
The White Cow, a very rare antique.
You been in a fight, huh, senor?
Yeah, now.
You got hit on the head pretty hard, huh?
You haven't got it.
Oh, sure.
You have?
Sure. We got a White Cow and a Blue Cow right out in the kitchen. We're going to have both of them for breakfast.
Okay.
Only I don't think I could show them to you. They don't like strangers.
So that took care of the first bet. As I walked out of the restaurant, I made up my mind. If the hardware shop didn't pay off, I was going to get back to New York and hibernate for the winter. The La Granada hardware shop was all the way on the other side of Miami, on a dark street that looked like the inside of a coffin. Evidently, nobody was interested in buying any hardware at midnight because it was closed. I banged on the front door for about 10 minutes, and then, as I was just about to give up, I saw a light, and the door opened a crack.
Yeah?
Shelton sent me.
Beat it. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Now, listen. A guy named Stevens sent me to meet a guy named Shelton. Shelton was supposed to give me something called the White Cow, but Shelton died.
What?
Yeah, and while he was doing it, he said La Granada. Now, if this is the place, say so. I'm running out of nerves.
Bill's dead?
Oh, you know him.
He's my brother. Shut the door.
You've got the White Cow?
What's your name?
Diamond.
Yeah. Bill said you'd be by.
He led me to the back of the shop, and I watched while he reached into a bin of 10-penny nails. He fished around and pulled out a small, square-shaped object wrapped in oilskin. As he turned to hand it to me, he froze.
Don't move.
Who's this guy?
Oh, his name's Martin. He likes to beat guys up.
I'm not going to beat you up this time, Diamond, but you shouldn't have lied to Mr. Timken. We're going to have to kill you for it.
This is probably the guy who killed your brother.
Yeah.
Give me the package.
Sure.
Toss it. Stay right there.
You killed Bill, huh?
You didn't tell him enough about me, Diamond. Now you're going to get yours, funny man.
Wow. Well, Miss Albright, you do everything well, don't you?
I try. Take the package over here, Rick.
Mr. Diamond.
Oh, now you're mad.
You don't resent it, do you?
No. Take it over here. Thanks.
Oh, now I see. Pick me up in the bar, wait outside that alley. And if you knew I was in that alley, you must know the people who put me there.
Mr. Timken and I are old friends.
He's not going to like you killing Sonny.
Won't make a bit of difference to him.
Oh? You kill him, too?
Yes. This package is worth about $500,000.
An antique?
It's what's in the antique. You buy it in China for about $1,000. You refine it here and sell it for 500 times that much.
The federal government won't like it.
Who's to tell them? Certainly not Stevens. He contracted to smuggle the stuff in. Everybody else is dead.
But me.
Sorry about that. I was beginning to like you.
Oh, but not $500,000 worth.
No.
Drop it, ladies.
Why?
Don't do it. Looks like Grand Central.
I'm glad nobody locks doors around here. How did you find me?
Told you I was keeping score.
You better get an ambulance, Lieutenant.
Wish she hadn't tried to shoot.
Here. Lean on me, dear. It's the least I can do.
The gun will probably be the one that killed this Timken guy.
Get the ambulance, will you?
Yeah.
Rick.
Yeah.
Looks like nobody gets anything.
I got $350 in the beating. I guess I come out on top.
Sorry. Won't be able to come to New York.
So am I, Mary. There's going to be a lot of snow this year.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute. A few years ago, 113,597 doctors were asked what cigarette they smoked. The brand named most was Camel. Again and again, a cross-section of America's men of medicine were asked the same question. Every time, the brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to these repeated surveys, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, nobody deserves our appreciation as much as the hospitalized men and women of our armed forces. As a token of appreciation, the makers of Camels send them gift cigarettes every week of the year. This week's Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Fort Meade, South Dakota, and Washington, D.C., U.S. Army Station Hospital, Fort Hood, Texas, U.S. Naval Hospital, Yokosuka, Japan. Now until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond was written and directed by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Virginia Gregg played the part of Helen Asher. Others in the cast were Sidney Miller, Ted DeCorsia, Tony Barrett, Alan Reed, Herb Butterfield, and Tony Michaels. Be sure to listen to another great Camel show, Vaughn Monroe and the Camel Caravan, every Saturday night.
Men, pack your pipes with Prince Albert, America's largest selling smoking tobacco. PA's choice tobacco is crimp cut for smooth, even burning, and specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. The bite's out, and the pleasure's in.
The bite is out and the pleasure's in when you smoke Prince Albert. It's specially treated not to bite your tongue. The bite is out and the pleasure's in.
Listen next week for another exciting adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
This is Mad Scientific Detective number 137596.
Sam, no matter what anyone says, I'll stand by you. You're nothing of the sort.
Not scientific?
Of course not. You're two-fisted.
Well, thanks, Effie, and that ain't all, Effie. I was actually mistaken for a convolutional melancholiac.
Oh, Sam, are you all right now?
Wrong diagnosis, Angel. It turned out to be melancholia catatonica.
Oh, you poor darling. What is that?
Well, it's a thing where you lie motionless and silent with fixed eyes and indifference to surroundings. Unquote.
Sam, what happened to you? What hospital are you in? Can I bring you anything?
No, Effie, I am now at large. Pull down the blinds, check the corridors for men in little white coats, and set a bottle in the window if the coast is clear.
Oh.
I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Mad Scientist caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Nobody has to tell you that a neat personal appearance can have a lot to do with helping you get ahead on the job. Now, the first step to a good appearance is well-groomed hair. And I mean hair that's groomed with Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil always grooms the hair neatly and naturally. It relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Yes, men, to look your best at all times, spruce up with Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade. Effie!
Come in, Sam. The coast is clear.
Where are you? Why is it so dark in here?
Well, I had to put the lights out. The blind stuck. I couldn't get it down.
The heat's off, Effie. Let there be light.
Oh, I'm so glad. Now, let me look at you.
Don't look at me like that and stop whispering.
Oh, Sam. Did you get me all upset like that just for a joke?
It's no joke, sweetheart.
You really sick?
Yeah, just sick of some of the types I made in this business.
Oh, sad.
Date July 25, 1948, to Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Mad Scientist Caper.
I worry so.
Dear Dundee, he looked like a mad scientist, and that's exactly what he was. His eyes had a wild gleam in them, his hair was a wild tangle, and he was wearing a wild assortment of clothing that looked as if they'd been slept in shifts. He leaned across the desk at me and said,
"They have stolen my secret formula."
"They have? Gee, that's too bad."
"Oh, you think I'm crazy?"
"I don't know yet. I just met you."
"My name is Raymond Fox. Does that mean anything to you?"
"Raymond Fox, yeah, I think it does, but I don't quite remember what."
"I invented the helioscope."
"Helioscope? No, that wasn't it."
"I also synthesized hydroxylamophotochronaton."
"That was it."
"Yes, but unfortunately, production costs were prohibitive."
Uh-huh, but you didn't let that discourage you.
"Oh, no, indeed. You see, after a brief illness, I was back in my laboratory, perfecting my greatest contribution to science, what may prove to be the greatest contribution of science to humanity. I call it Penetron."
"Penetron?"
"That is what they have stolen, the secret formula for Penetron."
"Penetron, huh? Now, what exactly is Penetron, Mr. Fox, and who are they?"
Well, Penetron is a plastic with a molecular structure which repels atomic radiation more efficiently than lead, yet weighs less than aluminium.
"Oh, that.
Do you realize the significance of this?
Well,
And imagine a motor no larger than a cigar box, with a power potential that even I don't believe, but they do.
Who's they?
Grierson Enterprises. Now, how do I know this? When I applied to the patent office to protect my discovery, I received this letter. Here, go on, read it for yourself.
Commissioner of Patents, Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. Fox, your application for patent on formula designated under the trade name Penetron is hereby rejected.
You see.
Both formula and trade name, together with descriptive material identical to yours, have been registered by Mr. Albert Grierson, Grierson Enterprises, San Francisco. Very truly yours, George Sherman, Acting Deputy Assistant Commissioner.
There. You see?
Yes. You don't need a detective, Mr. Fox. What you need is a good patent lawyer.
Lawyer? I have one. A legal ball of fire named Roscoe Manning. You know this scoundrel?
Yeah? He's got an okay reputation.
And I am paying for it. $3,000 in retainers. And now he tells me he can do nothing. Insufficient evidence, he says.
What is this outfit, Grierson Enterprises?
Yeah, a snare in a delusion with rented furniture, unscientific ventilation, and dirty work at the switchboard.
Mm-hmm. How did they get hold of your formula?
Well, it must have been while I was ill. They came and took it away.
Out of your laboratory?
Oh, well, what does it matter where?
I've got to start someplace.
Start with the man. I promise you he's a crook. If he steals from me, he's stolen from others. If we can prove that, then I have a case.
Well, I can't promise you anything, Mr. Fox, but I'll see what I can do.
Will $100 be enough for your retainer?
Too much. 25 now, and the balance if I can do anything for you.
I doubted if I could even earn the 25, but if he wanted to gamble, it was okay with me. The offices of Grierson Enterprises were pretty much as he described them, a beautiful front, especially at the switchboard.
Grierson Enterprises, good afternoon. No, Mr. Grierson's out of town. No, I don't know when to expect him. I'll be right with you.
That's good news.
Grierson Enterprises? No, he is not. No, I do not, and he doesn't want to talk to you in any case, Mr. Manning. Oh, if it would just stop.
Can't you shut it off?
I might as well. Nobody seems to believe me anyway. You weren't looking for him, too, I hope. Oh, please, just tell me you're selling magazines or collecting salvage or just anything.
My card.
Oh, detective. Mr. Grierson hasn't done anything, has he?
That's what I want to find out. My client says he swiped his secret formula.
Oh, not that maniac. You don't look the type. You know he's mad, don't you?
Maybe yes, maybe no. Personally, I'm crazy about money. Mad money, pin money, or dirty money. Your employer didn't happen to leave any lying around, did he?
No, but he has a charge account at a bar downstairs in the building when it's nearly 5 o'clock. Could you cross-examine me there?
I thanked her as gallantly as I could under the circumstances. She said, wait here, I won't be a minute. And while she was gone, I made a quick frisk of the office. The file cabinet was empty. Grierson's desk contained nothing but 2 unsharpened pencils, tobacco crumbs, a rubber band, some rusty paper clips, an old gas bill, a glass ampule, broken, labeled sodium denadrine for intravenous injection, and a business card from one Roscoe Manning, attorney at law. I stuck the card in my pocket, went back to the switchboard, and in less time than it takes to tell, I was calling her Lois, and she was calling me Sam over cocktails for 2.
That's all I know about it. I didn't think anything about his taking his correspondence out of the files. He often took work home with him.
Mm-hmm. When was the last time you saw him?
Oh, it's been nearly 6 weeks.
You haven't heard from him in all that time?
He was with Mr. Fox just before he left. They had a terrible quarrel. But then Mr. Grierson managed to get him calmed down, and they left the office together.
And that's the last time you saw Grierson?
Yes, and it's all very strange. What did that maniac tell you?
That Grierson swiped his invention.
Do you believe that?
I didn't even believe in the invention. Now I'm beginning to think it was worth stealing.
Oh, Mr. Grierson wouldn't. He's a brilliant man, you know.
What else has he invented?
Well, I don't know. He always had a lot of projects, but of course he never took me into his confidence.
Just exactly what is your job?
Oh, it's quite simple, really. I just tell people he isn't in.
Yeah. Look, sweetheart, you really mean to tell me it never occurred to you that there might be something slightly fishy about Grierson Enterprises?
I know. Why should it?
Because there's a smell of red herring up there. It's in the air.
You mean Mr. Grierson's a crook? Well, what does that make me?
Worry that out on his time. Drink up. She looked as if she were telling the truth. Though with women, especially blue-eyed women, that doesn't always mean anything. If she had anything more to tell, she obviously wasn't ready yet to tell it. I asked her to come up and listen to my Herb Jeffries records. She said my apartment needed a woman's touch. I handed her a broom. She hit me on the head with it and left. And so to bed. Up the Times and phoned my client. He wasn't in. Then I phoned a guy I know who sometimes knows about things and asked him what sodium denadrine was. He said it was a sedative and or truth serum, a mental-type drug. I wondered what Grierson had been using it for during office hours. I also wondered what else he'd been spending money for. I phoned another guy who knows about other things, and he called me back with the name of Grierson's bank, Golden Gate Trust. An hour later, to my surprise, I actually had something to go on. Because in the past 6 weeks, checks totaling $50,000 had been deposited to Grierson's account, all drawn on the Citrus Exchange Bank of San Anselmo, and all bearing the signature of one Carl Birdwell, M.D. He wasn't hard to find. It was a big place in the outskirts, and the sign on the gate said, Mary F. Hotchkiss Hospital for the Mentally Deranged. Dr. Birdwell's cottage was one of 5 without bars on the windows. He was spraying his roses.
You're that cystectomy of Dr. Goldbergs. How are those convulsions? Coordination all right?
Can't complain.
Got the use of your fingers back? Good. Pick up those shears. I want all those ragged edges. Cut off the hedges.
Well, why don't you hire a gardener? Or did those checks to Grierson use up all your ready cash?
Eh? Oh, I thought you were the cystectomy. Good Lord, you're that convolutional melancholiac. You're not allowed out on the grounds. Guard! Guard!
Now, wait a minute, Doctor.
matter? This one acting up? Take him back. I sent for the cystodectomy. This is the wrong man.
You're crazy.
Come on.
Let go of me. I'm not a patient here. I'm a detective.
Yeah, and I'm Sherlock Holmes. Come on, now, back to the violent war.
Come on, lay off. I got an office in San Francisco. I can prove it. 137596.
Okay, Dr. Watson, but come on.
And in more time than it takes to tell, due to the guard's jiu-jitsu, I was disrobed, straitjacketed, and rolled into a wet sheet. A full-fledged inmate of the Mary F. Hotchkiss Hospital for the Mentally Deranged, which is exactly where I belong for having taken Mr. Fox's $25.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Mad Scientist Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I have been shot, stabbed, slashed, pistol whipped, and sapped into unconsciousness. But until you have spent a night rolled up in a wet sheet, Dundee, you don't know what punishment is. You feel hot and cold at the same time, too miserable to sleep, too exhausted to stay awake. And after 4 hours of it, you just give up and join the crazies pushing up the daisies. There's only one thing I can say in favor of the Mary F. Hotchkiss Hospital for the Mentally Deranged. They get the patients up early. By 6:30 in the a.m., I had been rolled out of the sheet. By 6:45, I had thawed out enough to be taken out of the straitjacket by an orderly. I was glad to be out of it because it was very heavy, and that gave me an idea. I picked it up and swung it. In less time than it takes to tell, I was in the orderly's uniform, out of the violent wing, and shuffling up the walk through Dr. Birdwell's rose garden and through his cottage door. Good morning, Dr. Birdwell.
Good Lord, who let you in here? What do you want?
I was trying to tell you yesterday when I was so rudely interrupted.
Hey? Oh, yes, the detective. Did you say Grierson sent you?
I didn't say that.
I'm afraid you'll have to be absolutely specific or I can't help you.
All right. My client is an inventor who claims that Mr. Grierson stole a formula from him, got a patent on it, and stands to profit to the tune of about $1 million. The last 2 items check. I don't know whether Grierson's a crook or not. He's into you for $50,000, so you might know.
This inventor. Pale eyes, contracted pupils, big mop of hair.
That's a fair description.
Fox. Raymond Fox. He's a patient, escaped from this hospital. That man, Mr. Spade, is a homicidal maniac. If you'll jog your memory, you may recall the case. Sacramento, 1935.
Wait a minute. Chemistry professor, lab explosion?
That's the case. 2 of his colleagues, whom he irrationally suspected of stealing the formula for the explosive he used to blow them up.
You sure they didn't?
The man was adjudged hopelessly insane. He must be returned to us. He may murder Grierson, he may murder you, but he will commit a murder if he remains at large. Perhaps more than one murder. You must help us, Spade.
Like you, Doctor, I can't help unless you're absolutely specific about a couple of things. Your connection with Grierson, for instance.
I invested in Grierson's firm.
Uh-huh. How did Fox meet Grierson?
He was allowed a certain degree of freedom here during his rational period. I had guessed that he went through my papers or overheard one of my conversations with Mr. Grierson.
Mm-hmm. Do you know he retained a lawyer?
Huh?
Manning, smart patent lawyer. You must think Fox has a case.
Oh, surely not.
Grierson thinks so, too.
You've talked to Grierson?
No, but I've examined his bank statements.
The bank allowed that?
I told him I was Grierson's attorney. The point is, Grierson is broke. Why? Because he's paid out every penny you gave him to the order of Roscoe Manning, attorney at law. And you know what I think, Doctor?
Yes?
I think Raymond Fox is crazy like a fox. I had the same idea about Dr. Birdwell, but I didn't say so. I didn't feel up to spending another night in a wet sheet. I also didn't feel up to the interview that was awaiting me outside the gates. A limousine, only a little longer than a hearse, was standing at the curb. A round pink head with a gray Homburg on it bobbed out at me from the driver's seat and said,
Mr. Spade?
Yeah?
Roscoe Manning. How'd you do?
About $49,975 less than you've done in the caper so far.
The law is a lucrative profession, my boy. Get in. I'll drive you back to town.
No charge?
Yeah, I'll even give you some free advice, sans retainer. Well, sir, you were an elusive chap. I've had the devil's own time catching up with you.
How did you? I won't ask why.
I am not without resources. Now, as to our mutual client, Mr. Fox, obviously you've learned a good deal about him.
Dr. Birdwell says he's cuckoo, and it's only a toss-up which one of us he's going to blow up first.
Just about what you'd expect from a medical man. If you'd listened to as much conflicting medical testimony in court as I have, you'd take them all with a grain of salt. Or should I say soda mint?
Or sodium denadrine?
That's a mysterious remark.
I was just trying it on for size. It didn't fit.
Mm-hmm. Well, sir, here is my proposition. As to Fox's sanity, it's of no importance. He has money, and I think he has a case. We can always get a doctor to say he's back in his right mind.
Where do I fit into your scheme?
You just keep looking for Grierson. And watch that secretary of his. I don't trust her.
Anything else?
Oh, I almost forgot. Here's $500, and here's your ticket to Chicago.
I don't know why, but somehow I got the impression that Mr. Manning was trying to get rid of me. He should have used that ticket to Chicago himself. We stopped at Sausalito for breakfast, and the condemned man ate a hearty meal. We drove the last mile through the Marina District and pulled up in front of his house.
Well, sir, have a nice trip. Or take the car, Mr. Spade. I'll pick it up at the depot. Goodbye. It's been charming. Goodbye.
He backed across the sidewalk, waving, and I waved back. Then he went up 3 steps, put a key in his door, and opened it. It didn't do much damage to the house, but all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Roscoe Manning back together again. I got out of the car and just made it up the steps when it happened again. I hated the look, but I did. Where the limousine had been parked with me in it was a smoking heap of scrap metal. I then headed for the nearest phone booth and, pausing only to inspect it for mines and booby traps, dialed the number of Grierson Enterprises.
Grierson Enterprises.
Lois, Sam Spade.
Sam, darling, thank you for the present.
What present?
I haven't had a chance to open it yet, but I think I can guess what it is. A traveling clock.
You mean a package arrived and it ticks?
Oh, darling, don't be such a tease.
Now, Lois, listen.
Oh, all right, I'll open it now.
Throw it out the window. No, don't do that. Pedestrians, innocent bystanders. Have you got a metal wastebasket there?
I think so, yes.
Well, fill it up with water and throw the package into it.
And ruin my lovely clock?
It is not a lovely clock. It's a lovely booby trap.
Oh, go on.
I'm serious. Manning just got one of them, and what's left of him is on the way to the morgue.
Oh, I think I'm going to faint.
Lois! Lois! Wake up! Pour some water on yourself. Hello, hello! Let me through here. Come on, let me through. Lois. Lois. Oh, you're okay. Glad of that. All right, she's all right now, you people. Come on, get out of here. She's all right. Come on, get up. You're not hurt.
What happened?
It exploded in the water. At least you had sense enough to do what I told you to.
Oh, this is a new dress. Now look at it.
It looks fine. Here. Put this coat around you.
I don't think that was a very funny joke, Sam.
Neither do I. Now, try and forget your clothes for a minute. And try and answer a few questions for me. There isn't much time.
Sam, what is it?
I want you to be very sure of this, Lois. Try and remember accurately. How many people has Grierson seen since he opened this office?
Well, not very many. He was hardly ever in. It's strange. Now that I think of it, I can only remember 2. Mr. Manning and that mad scientist man, Mr. Fox.
Yeah, did you hear any of the conversation between Grierson and Fox?
He did scream at Mr. Grierson about how his invention had been stolen from him. Then it sounded as if they scuffled, and all of a sudden Mr. Fox calmed down.
Mm-hmm.
When they came out, his eyes looked funny, as if he'd been hypnotized.
Yeah. What does Grierson look like?
Oh, he must have been quite handsome at one time. He's sort of like Gregory Peck with a mustache, only fatter and balder and older.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't have put it exactly like that, but I can see what you mean.
But you've never seen him.
Don't make book on it, but I think I have. I made 3 phone calls. One to a crime reporter I don't like very well, giving him a false story on the death of Lois, Grierson's secretary. Another to my client, the mad scientist, alias Raymond Fox, and one to Dr. Birdwell. Then I went to my apartment and waited. My client arrived 5 minutes before the doctor. When Birdwell came in, my client said,
Ah, that's he. He stole my secret formula.
Now, Raymond, you're getting confused again.
Oh.
I'm the doctor, don't you remember?
That's not true. Your name is Grierson.
Oh, he's much worse. He's identification. Now, you must try to remember, Raymond. Nobody's going to hurt you. But you'll be much sicker if you don't remember.
But I do remember. I remember everything.
Do you remember setting the bombs at Manning's house and the one you sent to Mr. Grierson's office?
No. Grierson isn't dead. You're Grierson.
No, Grierson isn't dead. Only that poor girl.
No. She didn't steal my formula. It was you. Oh, you're trying to mix me up.
I'm trying to help you. Now, roll up your sleeve. I'll give you something to quiet your nerves, and we'll go back to the hospital.
Put it away, Doctor. You've helped him enough.
Huh? Now, look here. This man is my patient. He needs medical attention.
I won't argue with you, but I think you'd better get it from some other doctor. Right now, he's making more sense than you are.
Just keep on the way you're going, Spade, and I'll have you back in that wet sheet. I did it once, and I can do it again.
Sit down. You got delusions of grandeur. Stop shaking, Raymond. I said you're making more sense than he is, and I can prove it.
You think you're very astute, don't you?
No, I'm stupid, but I'm lucky. I should have tumbled to the whole caper when I found that you'd invested 50,000 smackers in Grierson Enterprises. When I found out that Raymond was an escaped patient, I should have tumbled to what that Denadrine vial was doing in Grierson's desk. I should have known then that you and Grierson were one and the same person.
I told you.
When I discovered that you'd paid Manning all that shakedown money, I should have known you were planning to knock him off and everybody else who could identify you. But it didn't work out that way. I got out of the car before it blew up. Dumb luck.
And you can identify me as Grierson?
I don't have to.
Come. Surely you're not counting on Raymond's sanity to that extent. He can't even remember that I was his doctor. Can you, Raymond?
You're trying to mix me up. You stole my formula. I didn't kill them, did I, Mr. Spade?
Now, lie down on the couch and relax, Raymond. Don't worry about a thing.
Well, Doctor, what now?
You relax, too. Okay, Lois, come on in.
What? Lois!
Why, Mr. Grierson, have you been sick?
How dare you? How dare you ruin all my plans like this? You stupid girl!
Okay, that's enough. Come on, get back there. Get back. Sorry, sweetheart. I didn't mean to let him get that close to you.
What were you trying to do?
It was an experiment, just to see what would happen. It did.
So that's the way you scientific detectives work. For a hard-boiled chap, you have the vaguest way of doing things I ever heard of.
Well, plans are all right sometimes, Doctor, and sometimes just stirring things up is all right if you're tough enough to survive and keep your eyes open so you see what you want when it comes to the top or something. Spade, Dundee. I'm at home. I've got 2 homicidal characters here, one sane and one insane. Now, if you can tell the difference, I'll let you give the story to the papers. And that, Lieutenant D, is the crop. You picked the wrong one. Figures. It's as simple as this. Raymond Fox was the loony, but Birdwell, alias Grierson, conceived and executed the whole scheme, including the explosions. Don't worry about Fox. He's now back at the hospital working on a new secret formula. I don't know what it is, but it might be an anti-truth serum, because that's how Birdwell got the Penetron formula, by using truth serum on the mad scientist to make him talk. Anyway you figure it, he's crazy like a fox. His enemies are all dead or on their way, and he's as snug as a rug in a bug house. Period. End of Looney Tune.
Well, of all... Well, just imagine. Well, it takes all sorts to make a world, I guess.
Well, I guess you never spoke a truer word, Effie, but don't forget a stitch in time saves 9.
Don't feel too badly about it, Sam. Better late than never.
You took the words right out of the horse's mouth, but it's later than you think, Angel. Type that up, Angel, and while you're at it, see if you can think up a way to teach an old dog new tricks.
Say, mister, If you haven't tried Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, why not get it tonight or first thing tomorrow? You'll be glad you did, for Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally without giving it that plastered down look. Wild Root Cream Oil also relieves annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Simply step up to your drug or toilet goods counter and ask for Wild Root Cream Oil in the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Over what you said.
Which?
About teaching an old dog new tricks.
Hmm?
You're only as old as you feel, Sam.
Then send in the application for my old age pension.
Oh, Sam, I won't let you talk that way now. You're just tired and nervous and run down.
Yeah, backaches, stay up nights, sour racket.
You're just feeling sorry for that Mr. Fox. I wouldn't worry about him. As you pointed out, he's safer where he is for all concerned.
Mm-hmm.
And after all, necessity is the mother of invention.
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, he's an inventor, isn't he?
Oh, that.
You see? All's well that ends well. Good night, Sam.
Good night, Pollyanna.
Pollyanna. Oh, she's a glad girl. Oh, no, Sam, that's Shakespeare, that old...
You know best. All ashore that's going ashore. Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to...
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.